What's up, everybody? Happy Thursday. Welcome to episode number 22 of Quests and Cliffhangers. First thing to get into is tomorrow technically is the last day to break down any of the cards in Stream Loots that is like black and white. Any of the ones that are still like broken down, they need to be broken down because you can't use them anymore. And if you don't, I'm gonna delete them, and then you're just gonna fucking lose them. So go break them down. Help me help you. And then after that, once we clear it out, there's gonna be some new ones that are coming next week. So be on the lookout for that. I did not do a lore update for the Ice Wraith Reach because the way that we're moving ahead with everything right now, the lore really hasn't changed in the fact of he hasn't been able to progress to do anything yet. But from the votes we had last week, because it was like predominantly 15-0 that the Ice Wraith succeeds, things are moving in his favor, and he is putting the rest of his plans in motion. The caveat to that is the fact that the plans that he had initially were predicated upon the tear to the plane of ice being temporary. Well, the tear to the plane of ice is no longer temporary. So the initial plans that he had could lead to an over-chilling of Arrakis at this point. But he is still moving in that direction. So, with the heat wave and the cold front cards at play today, he is looking into ways to fill all of the chasms throughout all of Arrakis with ice, essentially. Freeze them shut. If we hit the 15 cards on cold front, that plan will go into motion. If we hit the 15 cards in heat wave, then the forces working against him will prevent him from doing that. So that's your guys' choice on if it's going to go one way or the other. Other than that, I do have one more thing. The Midas King, parentheses, Queen, last week was Allie. So, Allie Phoenix. I need to give you your crown. So let's do that. So with that, gear Midas. Did that work? I don't feel like that worked. I don't feel like either one of those worked. It's not. Oh, it's a gift. That's why. Hold up. I remember. I know how to use my own commands.
I'm sure you do.
That I created. Boom. And just to make sure. Okay, that doesn't do anything, so it's like, no, that's not right. Alright, so. Allie, you're going to have to use the app and put your crown on, or I'll do it when they're doing recap. Other little side note. If you notice on there, I changed the naked dudes that spawn in if you're not a follower to being blue and see-through, so they're like little ghosts. So if you see a little transparent dude walking around, you know that is someone who is not a follower. So if you follow, you get access to all the skins. Boom. All right, who's doing a recap today?
I'll try.
You'll try?
I have some notes.
Perfect. Okay.
So, last session started off with Chaplin informing the party of a message he got from the Jackal saying that some messenger or patron of the Jackal would be finding us and that we are to help him. But that's about all we got, which frustrated some people that, how are random gods going to find us and so on. But Chaplin was worried. Started the day off making a meal, having someone fail at picking the lock, failing at practicing mimicry, good times. We decided to, head out as we do, and apparently Absol's feet froze over in what we assume was just more magic fuckery. That combined with just the foot-deep snow was making travel difficult, so we decided to try and take shelter from the cold. Chaplin prayed to a random god to find the nearest, safest shelter, which he was guided well to a nearby cave. Absol did some detecting for evil or something along those lines with his paladin fuckery that he now has, that he's trying to keep a secret from us, and detected nothing. So clearly it's safe. Let's all go in. It had bears in it. Bears aren't evil. They're bears. The group decided it's probably best to run from the bears for various reasons. Just one battle we could avoid, and partly because there were 2 children bears, and So as we were fleeing from the polar bears, we had gotten away, but we're still kind of running just to make sure that nothing's chasing us. We get ambushed by a frost giant, and this one we don't really have an option to run from. It's right on top of us. It's swinging at our mounts. If we try and flee, we're probably going to lose our mounts. And it was just right up on us. Absol put the giant in darkness, put a sphere of darkness around its face. That's being super high off the ground meant that it was a sphere emanating out from it and didn't quite touch the ground, so Screech wasn't lying. The rest of us kind of were and had to get out of the bubble of darkness to be able to fight it. It was a little bit of a rough battle with multiple people going up and down various times. I know at least Screech and Absol dropped at least once and were brought back up and drug around. So it was kind of rough, but we were able to take it down. And when it dropped, it kind of just faded away, and in its place was a giant chest plate of armor and a giant axe made out of ice. Screech ran over and grabbed the axe, which then shrunk down to her size. Absol was like, hey, look, armor. I wonder if that shrinks. Touches it, it freezes into a giant block of ice. So we make camp next to this giant block of ice, and by morning, the suit of armor has thawed. Chaplin, wondering if perhaps proficiency in the armor causes a different reaction, went over, touched the armor, nothing happened, so he just kind of climbed inside of it to try and put it on, and it shrunk to his body and fit him. So we wander on further, and we actually make it back to the town by the name of Sea Shackle, where they are continuing to repair a boat for us to use. We made it back a little bit faster than they anticipated, so the boat isn't quite done. But they're still grateful from the prior saving them from vampires and such. Amidst spending the night and just kind of restocking supplies and looking around, Chaplin and Arkin have a conversation about stealing Screech's book that she continues to not be able to unlock. Having Arkin steal it, unlock it, and give it back. There's a long debate between Arkin and Chaplin about morals and whatnot, and trying to have them play nice just a little. It almost works. And so Arkin does agree to it. He steals the book, but there isn't enough time in the night to actually pick it and figure it out. So Chaplin gives his prayer book to Arkin to swap places, so that if Screech isn't going to immediately notice a missing book, there's still going to be a book there. It's going to be similar weights and so on. And if she does notice that it's missing, oh, it's Chaplin's book. And Chaplin will be like, oh, it's my book. Sorry for the swap, accidental. So they kind of have a lie pretty prepared. And amidst conversation, some horns blare, big triumphant noise, lots of fanfare, and some dude comes in wearing a silver jackal mask, I believe on horseback, claiming to be a disciple of the jackal, which, based on, prior messages from gods, that seems reasonable.
Not
And
disciple.
I don't remember the word.
Ambassador.
That's the one. An ambassador of the jackal pops up, and that's where we left off, waiting for him to talk to Miranda. You have fanfare on a button now? That's wonderful. That's all I got. I'm sure I missed something important somewhere.
No. I think that pretty much summarizes everything good. Yeah. Anybody? Anything to add? Cool. Then with that being said, let's jump into tonight's episode of Quests and Cliffhangers. Alright, so the figure comes riding up on the horse and hops off, and he looks at you and says, "We are the ambassador of the jackal."
We?
How may we be of assistance?
Well, we are not here for you to assist us. We are here to assist the people of Sea Shackle.
In what way do you plan to assist?
We are here to spread knowledge.
Chaplin steps back and kind of points towards the city. Please.
Ark and Absol Screech, are you guys doing anything?
Screech doesn't really know what's going on. She's gonna follow Chaplin's lead.
Apple's looking over this guy, seeing what kind of equipment he has, and
I want to steal from a god.
No, a god's ambassador.
Exactly, not a god.
Yeah.
Fair game.
I'm not helping you guys.
would that be
Too late.
investigation or perception?
Why is there a giant fucking Chaplin token on the map? Is all I want to know.
Because I could, and I thought it would be funny.
Reasons.
Oh, I'm gone. I was hoping you would bring up the map and it would just be up on the screen. The giant Chaplin face.
So what are you trying to perceive now? Sorry.
His equipment, how well off he looks, and
You
all
guys,
that.
you guys gonna do this really? Okay.
No. I'll fix. I fix.
It's fine.
Jeez.
Oh, God.
All right. So the equipment on the ambassador, he looks definitely I would say higher class, higher prestige. The armor doesn't look particularly strong or anything crazy like that. But definitely everything looks of higher value than you would typically see. He has like a leather tunic on, and he has like a very pale, almost gray purple shirt underneath it. His armor is encrusted with like silver designs to it. He has sort of like a sash tied around his waist. It's the same color purple. And then the pants are like a charcoal color. And then the mask is silver, and everything that he has like a silver design to it.
Didn't he have a silver jackal mask?
They do, yes. Well, the person is wearing a silver jackal mask, yes.
The collective entity that is the ambassador.
Arkin's going to like adjust his glasses and open a message channel to Absol. Says, "Do you see any more people with your gifted eyes? Because I'm not seeing this we that he's referring to."
Oh, I don't want to mess with this phone right now. I'll try when everyone's asleep or something, but yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, he might have multiple eggs.
Yeah.
Without actually verbally saying anything, Arkin just kind of steps aside as if to gesture for this ambassador to walk on past.
All right. And he sort of like nods at you, Chaplain, as he walks past, and he just walks right into the tavern that you guys just came out of.
Senpai noticed me. I'm going to follow behind him into the tavern. Tokens are locked for some reason.
For some reason.
I don't know why at all.
Are there windows to this tavern?
Yeah, of course.
Just gonna step over and just look inside to see what's going on.
Yeah, Absol's gonna do the same thing. Just lean against the wall next to the window and secure his bandages and get all armored up again.
In case God fights him.
So Chaplain, as he walks in, you see that he sort of walks up and he puts a coin on the bar.
For the Witcher?
Yes. Yep. Exactly.
Sorry.
Sorry. He puts a coin on the bar and he sort of leans forward and he says something to the barkeep. And you see the barkeep sort of point over, and he walks over to this table in the back corner, and he begins talking with an older gentleman that's sitting over there.
I'm looking back to see exactly what we were told by Elgato.
By the cat?
By said God. You will see one of my ambassadors soon. I expect that you will assist. Does this look like it's a private conversation?
He's definitely not making any sort of grand gestures or anything, yeah.
I will go stand respectfully nearby, far enough that I am not able to hear the conversation, but close enough that I am somewhat noticeable as present.
All right. So you see that they're having a conversation that even if you were modestly close to, you really wouldn't be able to hear unless you were trying to. And you see the older gentleman sort of nod, and he gets up and he walks out. And the ambassador follows close behind. As they get outside, you see the older gentleman walks over to the courtyard on the other side and begins ringing a bell, getting everybody's attention.
Gonna join the forming crowd because I assume someone's gonna speak, and if they're getting everyone in town to hear, I'm pretty sure I'll be able to hear.
Yeah, spiritual follow chaplain.
So you start seeing everybody start gathering around in the little courtyard, and the older gentleman is sort of standing center of everybody, and he's like, everybody, I know that the last few days or months even have been a bit rocky, but I think with the help of our new friends over there, and he gestures over towards you all, and with our new friend here, that we're going to be getting back on the right track. And he sort of looks over at the ambassador, and the ambassador, he begins talking. And as he speaks, his voice is just everywhere. Like, he's not speaking loudly, but you hear it clearly as if he was right next to you. People of Sea Shackle, we are the ambassador of the Jackal, and we have come to spread knowledge. Long has the secrets and lore of the world been tucked away, only to be found by those deemed fit, keeping most in the dark, but not any longer. The Jackal wishes for you all to know everything that you've been missing. We have been sent to each town in Ozo and all throughout Aragus. All those who are willing to learn will be offered a chance at unlocking knowledge long kept secret from mortals. If you are not willing to, you will not be forced. But if you are, we will be gathering in this building here, and he points over to the building that Arkin is now standing on. And we will begin doing classes. There are no requirements you show, and you may leave at any time. We will begin first thing tomorrow. Thank you. And you hear sort of the murmur of the crowd as this voice sort of dissipates from your minds.
Does the crowd gather around him, or?
Yeah, the crowd is around him right now, yeah.
Well, are people like rushing to talk to him?
Nope, they're kind of keeping their distance. The general gauge that you can get is everybody's still kind of leery of this.
Chaplain's gonna step up and talk to him then, because might as well show a good example.
Okay.
Excuse me, Mr. Ambassador, may we speak?
Mr. the Ambassador.
One step at a time.
Oh, God.
He nods. Yes, Chaplain, what is it?
Bob just blanks. Sorry. You made mention that you are going to all towns. Did you mean that you are going to go to all towns, or that you are currently in all towns?
We are already there.
I presumed based off of your exclamation of "we." Thank you. Is there a specific topic in which you are going to be discussing tomorrow?
We are going to ease into explaining the current turmoil that is going on in the heavens.
Regarding... Understood. Have there been notable updates in the passage of said items? I have a small record, but much has likely changed.
We are of the impression that when a portfolio changes hands, you would know.
Thank you. And Chaplain will just kind of bow slightly and take a step back. Because I confirmed what I needed to know. Chaplain's really fighting, like, not being the overexcited fanboy. You know, it's like, I have questions, but, like, I don't want to be creepy. I'm just going to back off. And...
Being super excited, but not having emotions.
Yeah. Trying to not weird out, you know, the messenger of the god that is currently literally omnipresent. I assumed when you said we and we are at visiting all towns or something, I assumed they were everywhere, and it's nice to confirm that. Somebody else talk, so I don't fanboy anymore.
Oh, Arkin's just leaning back next to Absol. So, is this Mr. DeJacko's idea of providing knowledge to get everyone down here to start worshiping him instead?
Is this conversation said where I can hear it?
No, he's just whispering next to his brother.
I mean, yeah, I'm pretty excited to go worship a new god, aren't you? I mean, his messenger's right here.
You
Chaplin's been
so
hyping
hopeless.
him up. Seems like a good guy.
Sure, sign off on every god you meet. Maybe they'll give you more power, huh?
It's worked so far.
It's not going to end well for you.
Absolutely, like, sits down next to him. Nah, fuck that. I'm pretty sure Chaplin's gonna go to these classes. That gives me more time to practice on whatever power I got the other day.
So everyone's just gonna have Chaplain take notes.
It was awfully vague as to teachings. We have no idea what he's offering, or they are offering.
Are you gonna attend the class?
I will go out of curiosity. If they start all the religious mumbo jumbo, I'm leaving.
A messenger of the gods, and you don't think there's gonna be any kind of religious talk?
He said share knowledge. I'm all for that. Sharing religious propaganda? No, I'm out.
Well, let me know what they say. I ain't going.
All right, don't raise anything from the dead or blow anything up.
Okay, so am I just not supposed to have any fun at all?
Okay, just know if we get kicked out, it's because of something you did this time.
People love me.
He's like, somebody has to, and he walks off.
And is he walking off to do anything in particular?
Going off to read his books and study his magic, biding time until he can get some other things taken care of.
All right. And is Screech doing anything?
She's just kind of following Chaplain around, hoping that she'll understand what's going on, but...
And what is Chaplain doing after fanboying?
asking around for spare parchments because he's going to need it to take notes.
Okay.
And then just kind of keeping an eye on the ambassador for most of the day, see what he does, or if he's just gonna like sit and chill and wait, I might as well go bug a god or an ambassador of a god.
Yeah, I mean, you see a few other people end up coming up to him and talking to him, but when no one is talking to him, you notice that he's just sort of isolated. He's kind of standing to himself.
So I'll walk up and approach. Excuse me, Mr. Ambassador.
Yes, Chaplain.
You are teaching tomorrow. Do you have room and board for the evening?
Yes, I have made arrangements.
And what do you plan to do until tomorrow?
Observe. The best knowledge that we can gain is by seeing what others do in reaction. I'm just taking in the sights.
I was directly contacted and informed to aid you in any way I can. If there is any way that I may provide assistance, please let me know.
We appreciate that.
I will leave you to your observations. Do you need paper?
No, thank you.
Back off and walk away.
Do you need paper?
I assume that their brain is just a recording device, whatever they are. Like, I want to know, what are they? But don't bug the gods.
It's a chaplain bot with a jackal mask.
I think I noticed that. They did look squishy and pink, right?
They definitely seem either human or elven, yeah.
I think the big thing I want to know is if Taliso is still in charge of the Pantheon of the Sun. I mean, I suppose I could just ask. He did say that he feels like I would know if a Pantheon changes hands. Like, I feel like I could just pray and ask the jackal, but I also feel like I'm just going to kind of sit and think on the pantheons and see if I get feelings as to names and gods affiliated, to see if I'm actually being fed some kind of data.
Sure. Well,
My
just
brain-
remember... Go ahead.
My brain just went to, I just talked to the ambassador, but I should pray and ask the jackal, and all that made me think of was, yeah, I'd like to speak to your manager. I just,
Yeah, I want to talk to the higher up ones, not you.
Well, I also don't want
Chaplain
to,
is
in
a
a
Karen.
town that was saved from vampires, I don't want to walk around talking about Taliso. I'm trying to maintain some amount of etiquette. And to some degree, I just had the ambassador tell me that I would know when a pantheon changed hands.
Yep. So meta-wise, last time the pantheons changed hands, you got the flash. Like you had that sort of I don't know if you call it a premonition, a waking dream. You had like a flash of something happening, and then it did.
Okay.
So this is something that you've already kind of had. This is just the first time you've been explicitly told so.
So the thing that makes me wonder is obviously we had, blood coming from the sky, and then the Jackal came from the sky after the sky was cleared. What I don't know is if that was him just somehow stopping that specific effect or taking the Pantheon from Taliso. Because logically, if he just cleared the effect, I think Taliso could just do it again if he still has the Pantheon of the Sun.
It's a good thought.
Screw it. I will actually just... what language do I speak? I'm going to go over to the ambassador again. And I'm going to speak to him in Celestial, because I assume no one else here speaks that. Excuse me, Ambassador, I presume you speak all languages.
He replies back in Celestial.
I was wondering if you knew the current status of the Pantheon of the Sun.
The Pantheon of the Sun has not changed hands.
That is unfortunate. Do you perhaps know why the prior effects have not reoccurred?
We responded to the prayers of the people, and we took care of it.
I do not doubt your power, obviously. What I do not understand is what prevents Taliso from simply doing so again.
If it were that easy, he would. But we have put certain safeguards in place to prevent that from happening, for now at least.
I understand. Thank you.
But be aware that the recent vampire activity is not of a coincidence. Something is happening. We just don't know exactly what yet.
Fortunately, I bear with me 2 vampire hunters, so we should have some safety, but I will keep an eye out.
That's good. Keep yourself safe, and hopefully those who wish to learn will learn some alternate means of protecting themselves as well.
Your education tomorrow may perhaps involve data revolving around vampires.
Not just vampires in general, but around the arcane.
Interesting. Thank you. I have someone to speak to. Please be well. I'm going to turn and go find Arkin. Excuse me, Arkin. May I speak to you?
Arkin is sitting on a roof of a building.
Oh, so he's actually on the roof?
Yeah. He
then I don't know
started
where-
tinkering with the book.
I'm going to make a quick perception check, if that's all right.
Sure. Yeah, that's good
I don't
enough.
know.
To see a big purple motherfucker on a roof.
Yeah, he's not exactly hidden. He just wants to get a sight of what he's doing.
Excuse me, Arkin. I would like to speak to you.
He's like,
Would you like me to come up there?
sure.
This will not likely end well.
I cannot wait.
Screech will like fold her hands together and like offer Chaplin a boost.
Fuck it.
Yes!
All right, what am I rolling to try and use the boost to clamber onto a roof?
Go ahead, both
I'm
of you.
super strong.
First off, how sturdy does the roof look? What's it made out of? If it's thatched, I'm not doing this.
I mean, it looks like it's wooden shingles.
Okay, that's fine. What am I rolling?
So first, I'm gonna need Screech to give me a strength check,
Yeah.
and this is
Got
gonna
this.
determine if you're getting a positive or a negative modifier.
Oh,
It's a negative modifier.
Can I use luck on that?
Sure.
I don't want Chaplin to fall.
On you.
Yeah, that would hurt.
Okay.
Much better, but
Go ahead and give me a strength roll with a +1.
neat. +1. Which makes it a straight D20. And I rolled 5. I'll take it.
So you see Screech put her hands, whatever you have,
Hands.
together.
Fuck.
No, they have hands. They don't have wings. They can't fly.
I mean, ostriches have wings. They can't fly.
They're legit hands. They lost their
Yeah.
wings.
No.
So you
they
put your
don't
hands
have
together,
hands.
and Chaplin steps up, all super confident, and you lift, and he grabs the edge of the roof, and he goes to push himself up, and it's like, his legs are just kicking, and then just hits the ground.
Arkin, perhaps you would like to come down.
Circling overhead, you hear.
Your commentary is noted.
You hear a bit of a behind you, and then Arkin's sitting there reading his book.
Chaplain kind of stands up, dusts himself off, straightens up. I was coming to inform you about the lessons for tomorrow. Specifically, I have been informed that it may regard in methods to help defend against vampires and other threats. And there is also some information regarding the arcane. These are all topics that seem of interest to you.
They are.
I was extending an offer for you to attend and join me.
So, to our previous conversations about the gods not being super generous, just needing something out of helping the mortals, what do you suppose Mr. the Jackal is getting out of this?
I would believe that the Jackal would be getting more people to help fight against the problems that he sees as his opponents. I imagine he is not happy with the current Pantheon holder for light.
Oh.
And the more people that are available to defend against that, the better his struggle will be. And so while certainly even gods have motivations of their own, in this case I believe it lines up with goals of yours, which is why I wish to have you included. I understand that most people have ulterior motives. But regardless of their motives, we can still benefit.
All right. Good enough answer for me. The moment he starts talking about worshiping the almighty Jackal, I'm going to leave that to you.
I'm certain that I will worship sufficient for the both of us.
I'm sure you will.
I will save you a seat. And he turns around before Arkin can answer and walks off. I know Arkin doesn't want to sit next to me, but I want him to.
Hey, I saved you a seat.
Exactly.
Arkin just
Like, I'll make him like me.
I'll force him to come to Bible study.
That's
God.
kind of what I just did.
Oh, no.
He kind of said, hey, want to come to Sunday school?
Oh, gosh.
Like, Chaplain doesn't really like Arkin, but I have to work with the gems. I have to stay with this party, and so anything I can do to try and make the dynamic a little bit less terrible, I'm going to. And
yes,
every once in a
Bible
while-
study will help that.
And every once in a while, watching Arkin squeam and squirm
Jesus.
is kind of
No,
fun.
nothing bad has ever came from Bible study.
No, not at all.
So, John, so you said that Arkin was tinkering with the
He had
the
just
book?
brought out the book and started getting a look at the lock and was about to get out his tools when Chaplain came up.
So you didn't have a chance to do anything?
Not yet.
Okay. Give me an investigation check.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
a special lock. You have to lick it.
So, looking at this lock, you see that you've never actually seen a lock like this before. The technology or the mechanics that you would see inside of it, they look really archaic, like something that they wouldn't even use anymore. But just from looking at it, like, you see that it's super, like, durable, and that the way that the metal is bound on the book, there would be no way to even pry this lock off without damaging the book itself. You would have to essentially separate the pulp of the book entirely from the cover to be able to get this open without actually picking this lock.
What would he have to roll to determine if he can either pick it make a fake key or pry the cover off, like you said.
So just from your investigation, you feel like if given enough time to actually fiddle around with this, that you think you could pick it. But it's not something that you feel like overconfident about. Like, yeah, for sure, I got this, no problem. Like you look at this like, this could be fun.
Okay.
As far as the rest, I mean, the thoughts may cross your mind, but as far as that goes, like you're like, no, Screech should be pissed if I destroy this book.
So yeah, sitting there, just kind of rubbing his temples, looks over at Screech. Like, well, what are you gonna do?
I think we're fast forward now, Screech, to the conversation that they were having.
Okay.
He doesn't have your book in hand. Like, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, that's just what.
The fuck?
What the?
Got it. She just shrugs and follow.
Okay, well, follow him.
Looks a little bit sad, but then she turns and leaves and follows Chaplin.
What? You wanted to follow me? Why?
She just keeps walking.
Um,
Like it's just like, oh, and then just like.
just curiosity. I'm trying to think outside the box here, Cliff.
Sure.
Does Disciple of All, the advantage against a creature you can see? Can I consider a lock to be a creature?
A lock is not a creature, no.
Just see if I could give
Unless that
knowledge
book
against
is a
lock.
mimic.
Don't say that.
Unless
When
it's an
Absol
advanced
touches it.
mimic. What if it's a mimic and like the lock is like the shackles that are holding it, like it's some ancient evil mimic and the
So
shackles
it's
are binding
Monster
it?
Book of Monsters from Harry fucking Potter.
I'm just saying, what if?
Some changeling is gonna come and punch it.
Just appears and punches and leaves. Just, what the fuck?
Who the fuck was that? Okay.
Damn, he's fast.
Yeah, Ark is gonna hop back on his roof and then start trying to get to work to see how much progress he can make.
All right. And while all this is going on, what is Absol doing?
Completely ignoring everything, he walks over to the ship and he's screaming out. Well, not screaming, yelling out. Looking for Calisay.
After you say that for a minute, you don't like. I'm looking for Calisay. I'm looking for Calisay. Like after you say that, one of the deckhands goes into the ship and he comes out. He's
Hey,
kind of just standing
Calisay.
there looking down at you, like, yeah.
You need any help to hurry this along? I ain't doing shit for the next few days.
No, we should be good to go. Hopefully, early afternoon tomorrow or so. If you want to give us a hand, climb aboard.
Yeah, and he climbs on, and as he's climbing onto the ship, he's like, "You heard about that silver guy that's supposed to be giving lessons tomorrow?"
Yeah, we heard. A few of the men are interested in it, but we're already behind by about a week from where we should be, so we're trying to weigh out with the losses that we had from the attack and the delay if we should stay to here or if we should just get a move on. What are your opinions on it?
Oh, fuck that. I'm ready to go. But I know at least one of my friends is gonna be adamant about staying and listening. And if you guys don't plan on staying, then I guess I'll just stay back here with them.
Well, we'll make sure we give you notice before we set sail, but depending on how everything goes, like I said, we should be ready by early afternoon.
All right. Whatever you need help with, I'm. Like I said, I ain't doing anything, so
He
I'm here to help.
he starts just barking around some orders. Go ahead and give me a where, in your opinion, where do you think that Absol would be the most help in this scenario?
Organization.
Okay, in which way? Like organizing like
Um,
the goods or like
Yeah, the goods, making sure they have enough supplies. If they need to run back in town to get anything, he would volunteer to do that for them while they can stay on the boat.
okay. And of all the tasks that you could think of that need to be done on this boat, where would Absol be the least effective?
Oh, lifting. Lifting anything.
Actually helping.
High or low?
Low.
All right. Go ahead and give me a strength check, please.
Yep.
Good job. Okay, so he starts pointing you in the direction and like showing some of the crates that need to be moved around and moved from the upper deck to the lower and all that. And you begin helping there. What's everybody else doing while this is all going on? This is pretty much going to be give me an idea of what your plans are for the rest of this day.
One small thing I want to do for some modicum of time. I want to practice with the water walk spell,
Okay.
just so I'm comfortable with it. And if we have to fight or work on water, any turbulence that we deal with isn't problematic.
Okay.
So I'm going to inform Screech, and I'm actually going to take the time to find Arkin and Absol and let them know as well that I'd like to test this spell, and if you would like to have some practice walking across turbulent water, now would be a much safer time to do so.
Okay. Go ahead and burn the spell slot.
Yep.
And give me an Arcana check.
Neat. Skills, not proficient. It's charisma?
Arcana?
Mine's listed. Oh, I can just click it and change it. It's int, I'm sure.
Yeah, it should be. That's weird that yours changed. Okay.
Super generic, but I'll take it.
Screech, what are you doing for the rest of the day?
Following Chaplin around.
Awesome. Give me a acrobatics.
Oh god.
See if you trip in the water.
No, actually, I'm not bad at acrobatics.
Holy shit.
No,
I'm
you
not
ain't.
bad, just a 24, just not bad.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
I'm really glad he didn't say athletics.
you're welcome.
That wouldn't have been bad either, actually. That's fine. Never mind.
Well, you rolled a 19. No matter what you had, it wouldn't have been bad.
No.
And Arkin.
Working on the book.
Go ahead and give me a thieves tool. All right. So, absolutely, you start moving things around, and about an hour or so into it, you're just dead tired. Just all this physical labor, and you're seeing these little scrawny, like they look like they're underfed, malnourished elves, and they're like carrying these large barrels just without problem, moving things around. Like, what the fuck? Chaplain, you go over some final research on how this spell works and try to get your mental bearings right, and you cast it on yourself and Screech, and you all like hesitantly like step off the dock onto the water, and you're sort of like testing it, and you get one firm foot on there, and you go to take another step, and you just hear this like clap 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 noise. You see Screech like just clambering out onto the water, just running on it.
It's fun.
Arkin, as you're sitting up on the roof and you're fiddling around with this lock, trying to figure out the mechanics of it, you start hearing like just like this weird laughter sound and like these different voices, and you look over your shoulder and you see Screech like running on the water and playing. As Chaplin is like standing there like trying to talk to her, like you see his hands up, like you can't hear what he's saying, but then you hear Screech and she's running and jumping and having a good time.
Bonding.
Yeah, exactly. And by the time night falls and you guys are all ready to go to bed, Arkin, you are not able to get this lock. Like this thing has become a bigger challenge than you anticipated, and like it just makes you want to open it all the more. Go ahead.
Yeah, before it gets around the time that we usually call the night, he's gonna start heading over to sneak it back into our room.
Okay. So you're gonna go put it back and then retrieve Chaplin's book?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, while they're out on the water, you have no problem doing that.
Okay.
And as you're walking out of the tavern with Chaplin's book in hand, you see Absol come walking over with his arms just slumped down.
What the hell happened to you?
Putting in work. Where the hell were you at all day?
Hitting the books.
Wow.
Did you go and like make more deals with gods or something?
I don't know if Callus is a god or not, but I'm just working with him.
Oh, you were doing labor.
Yeah.
Sucker.
Oh, I hope your stories were okay. He walks inside the tavern.
And around. Go ahead.
Calls him.
Yeah, so around this time, Screech and Chaplin are headed back to, land.
Is the ambassador just sitting still watching people?
As you like immediately come onto land, like you don't see him right now.
Probably in the tavern. Fair enough. How late in the day is it?
It's nightfall right now, so probably right around 8:30.
Okay. I'm going to go into the tavern and, assuming things aren't too hectic, take a seat and spend the rest of my night trying to work towards a potion. Haven't done that in a while.
All right. Go ahead and give me a herbalism roll, please.
How's the 27 do?
Not a goddamn thing. I forgot to ask actually. So what type of potion are you looking to make?
Healing as usual, just to have some backups. If I can make one that's slightly better than basic, I'd go for it, but I don't know how good I can make or how crazy long that would take.
So I mean, so you can make you could easily make like a greater healing if you wanted to. It would take a little bit longer to do, obviously. Whereas a healing potion costs about 50 gold. A greater healing would be like 100. So you'd have to do 100 total rolls to make it. So with your, 27?
Yeah.
So you'd have, 73 more to do if you wanted to do a greater.
Gotcha.
And the healing difference is a 2d2 plus 2 versus a 4d4 plus 4.
I think I'm going to go for basics.
Okay.
Because realistically, most of the healing is going to come from our actual heals, someone stabbing themselves, pretending to be a paladin, that kind of stuff. I want everyone to have a basic healing potion floating around for emergency situations where all the healers are down and such, and thus anything will do, and the more people that have them, the better.
Okay.
So are people like just kind of relaxing in the tavern for the evening?
Yeah.
Yeah, Space is probably gonna get dinner.
Yeah. So you see most of the people that are like the ship crew are there at their own tables, and they're getting food and drinks. Some of the townsfolk are there, but it's a lot emptier than it has been the previous times you've been here.
Okay, so Arkin wants to do something a little different. He's going to first kind of just stand off to himself and survey the room, and he's going to first look for somebody with like kind of like the most unique or interesting personality in the room.
Okay.
And then he's going to watch their mannerisms, their behavior and everything. And then he's going to try and find somebody who's kind of sitting to themselves, and then go over and try to mimic everything that he just saw from that person.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a perception check. If you get over 15, we'll let you roll a performance with advantage. There you go. So go ahead and roll your performance.
Pretty decent.
Yep. So you start looking around, and you see that one of the deckhands is this loud, just super animated, big human, like fat, but not like stocky, like he knows his way around the ship. And he is loud, and he drowns out the other people that are nearby as he's talking and laughing, and anytime he laughs, basically everybody in the place like stops and looks at him because he's so just like boisterous. And as you study and start looking at his mannerisms and everything, you notice that the one person that is in the room that is sort of just sitting there to themselves, not talking to anybody, is the ambassador of the Jackal.
Is there anyone else? Literally anyone else?
Oh, you said the one that was most to themselves. That's the one that's most to themselves.
He's gonna look for maybe a table of 2 people.
I mean, there's other people that are just there, not really doing anything.
He's gonna want to find like a small table where it's like there's room for like one more chair to pull up, and he's gonna make a try to, like I said, mimic that, but do it in a more low-key way to see if he can get that sort of attention and vibe that this guy is getting.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a charisma check.
I'm not so good at that. Let's see. All right.
So as you walk over to this table, they sort of stop their conversation and just look at you.
And in the same way that he would assume this guy would do it, he's like, boy, do I have some stories to share with you.
And they sort of look at each other. One scoots over. He's like, after seeing what you all did with the vampires here, I'm sure you probably do have a few tales you could tell.
So he, in a not very him-like way, he just kind of just grabs a chair and just slings it over and sits down, and he starts his story. It's like, okay, so there we were, surrounded on all sides. He just goes into it.
So as you're like through your story, and they're loving every second of it, they're like, can we get an ale for my friend here?
Yes.
So the barmaid comes over and just sets this huge goblet of meat in front of you.
Yeah, like he
They pick up their drinks and they're looking at you.
Oh, okay. He is going to try and suck it up. He's like, all right, let's do this.
I love this.
And you guys all just slam your mead, just boom, empty glasses on the table.
Oh, what's drunk? Fucking.
And everybody's just laughing and having a good old time.
I'm going to say, without even rolling a charisma, constitution check, he is immediately fucking feeling it.
Fine. What was that performance roll?
15.
15, perfect. All right. Screech, after you get your food, what are you doing?
Should we try to pull out the book to pick the lock?
Give me a perception check.
I don't expect this to be good. If I roll high, it'll be nice, but
But then Screech.
got a 4!
Perfect. Go ahead and give me a thieves tool. You definitely don't notice that your book moved and came back and nothing like
Chaplain
that.
looks in his bag. My book's back.
Oh.
Hey.
Yeah. So still not able to crack that.
That's cool, that's fine.
Do we hear
She's
swearing?
gonna make notes about what she tried this time and keep a running tab of that notebook and just keep fiddling with it until everyone starts going to bed. So.
Do you mind if I bug the ambassador one more time?
Hey, do whatever you want to do, man.
So I'm gonna go over and sit at his table, and I'm gonna pull out the remnants of my backpack and pull out just a shredded pile of pages and set it down. Based off of your affiliation to knowledge, do you know a way to repair a book, or at least the contents of a book, when it is damaged beyond repair?
Have you tried seeking out a professional binder?
I believe that this is beyond the skill of a binder, as it is not that the pages are not bound. It is that the pages are in pieces. These are the
Yep.
scraps of the Warforged.
Yep. If you leave them with me, I will see what I can do.
Thank you. And I will leave the scraps of the book with him.
And like as you get up and walk away, like he doesn't even like give him a second glance. Really, he's just sort of in his own zone there.
Yep. Nope. He could just leave them on the table, and I will believe him.
And what is Absol doing?
He goes and orders some food and sits with the ambassador.
So are you sitting there like before Chaplain shows up, after Chaplain shows up, or are you there when Chaplain shows up?
Probably as Chaplain's talking to him, Absol like comes up with his food and sits down.
And he just sort of looks at you and nods.
Like as he's eating, he doesn't really like to look at him, but he's like, "So do you have an actual name?"
We are the ambassador of the Jackal.
So that's a no.
Are you a person or are you a collection of people?
We are a unified entity. We are individuals, but we are one.
I'm gonna stop and listen in on this.
How
And-
stealthily is he doing
Not.
He's sort of walking away.
This is like
One leg is up, and he's just stopped and frozen in place.
And your collection all volunteered for this?
Yes. We are all worshippers of the jackal, and we answered a calling.
My buddy there that's listening in, he is a pretty big worshiper of gods as well. As something like that interests the jackal. Will the jackal seek out to add him to his collection, or is that something that he just does on his own?
We appreciate Chaplain. But Chaplain is not what we are looking for in regards to ambassadors.
Do you eat?
We do.
Would you like a plate?
No, thank you.
And Absol finishes his food, and as soon as he's done, he's like, "Thanks for the talk," and walks off to his bed.
As you go to get up, he puts a hand on your shoulder.
Is there a problem?
The entity that you made your pact with cannot be trusted.
I don't trust a lot of people. A lot of people don't trust me. That's how the world works. And he walks off.
He says nothing else. He just lets it go.
Going to bed.
All right. So yeah. So after Chaplain unfreezes, and you guys all head to bed.
I'm gonna say that when Absol gets to his room, he sees Arkin leaning out of the window, clearly throwing up.
Oh, that's what this session needs.
And he turns around looking all sad and pathetic. He's like, "Will you hold my hair?"
Oh.
Absol goes like chuckling over to the window, like holds his hair back like too much water.
It wasn't.
Arky needs to be in a bathroom full of drunk girls. They will help him out. Have some aspirin, here's some water.
He's gonna wait for Arkin just to pass out before he goes to sleep.
Yeah, so you guys all go into into your beds and get ready for rest. About an hour or so after you guys go to bed, you start hearing some noises from directly out of Arkin and Absol, your guys' room.
Absol's gonna take a look. If Arkin doesn't wake up, then he's not waking him up.
Let's see. I don't know, Cliff. Do I hear anything?
I mean, out of 15, I'd say you can. Well, give me a Constitution save.
Okay. You should be fine, right? Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Guess you got it, most of it
But
out.
say you got most of that out, I guess. So you definitely hear that.
He's gonna sit up but not make much effort to get up yet, since Absol seems to be stirring.
As you look out the window, Absol, you see that there is this person that's in like a full robe and cloak, and they seem to be rummaging through some of the crates that are behind the tavern.
Absol cast Charm Person on him.
Is that just a spell that you have?
Yeah.
What's the save on that?
Wisdom DC 11.
All right. And he makes the save. And with Charm Person, they know if they're being charmed, and they pass it, don't they?
Mm-hmm.
So as you attempt to charm this creature that you see it sort of just snap its head around and look at you, and you see it has these like bright, pale blue eyes.
Absol jumps out the window and he's like, "Hey, you there, stop."
What the hell?
As you say that, you see this figure reach into its robe and pull out this axe, and it just charges at you with it. And everybody go ahead and roll initiative.
Holy shit.
Hey.
Oh, Chaplin, good job. Oh, fuck!
Our danger sense tingles.
You have a damsel in distress.
I imagine I'm on high alert for like, oh no, is the ambassador being attacked kind of stuff.
I don't think Screech even knows what's going on. I don't know. I don't know where she's at.
Chaplin's like, I gotta save the Pope.
Down, Mr. President.
Lord.
You guys rolling 20s on initiative means you're gonna be rolling 20s during combat, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
Is that how that works?
No.
No, I don't actually roll that many d20s offensively in combat. I mostly make other people roll d20s and succeed. Or just
Alright.
get in people's way.
Oh yeah, don't you have bless? Fucking love that spell.
Yes, please. Concentration.
Screech, go ahead and give me a perception check.
Okay.
Actually, at disadvantage, because you're sleeping.
Okay. I don't expect this to go well at all. Yeah.
Oh my
No.
That internet would be a double one.
Oh, a
dropped
one
a one.
disadvantage. You dropped a 1 and rolled a 1. Perfect.
Yeah, you know what? Here's my other 20. Just. Alright.
Okay.
How do you do these things?
Screech is
With
knocked out.
skill. With fucking skill.
With absolute precision.
I would say
I'm
use
really
whiskey, but
good
it's not
at
really gonna matter.
sleeping. Okay?
So
Doesn't matter what character I am.
So yeah, so Screech, you don't even know what the hell's going on. What does Craven do when you sleep, Arkin? Does he sleep as well, or does he
Yeah.
disappear, or?
No, he stays active until he dies. He's just kind of like sleeped in a little nest that Arkin's kind of handcrafted for him
Like in the room with him, or is he like outside?
in the room with him.
Okay. So yeah, so
Hold on there,
you
okay.
see Absol like say like, "Hey, you there, stop," and then jump out the window.
Stop, criminal scum.
Like, he's like in his like pajamas, and he just grabs his dagger, peeps out the window. Well, the shit, it's not his turn yet, is it?
No, this is just Craven's turn.
Oh, Craven's just gonna start squawking to alert everybody that something's wrong.
All right. Yeah, so Craven just starts squawking. Give me a straight 20 roll. Chaplain, give me a perception check, please.
Ow.
So you hear the sound of Craven squawking.
Is it a laugh? Is it ah?
No.
No. There's danger. Those are his two modes. Is and there's danger. So there's danger.
I'm waiting for Craven to just fuck.
Then someone's dead.
Who taught you? Oh God. Damn it.
No, bad bird.
Am I in the same room, different room? Where is Craven in relation to me?
Oh, you guys are on rooms on the opposite side of the tavern.
Neat. Then I'm going to kind of bust out of my door and just start running towards their room.
Yep, I mean, this is kind of to scale here, so I mean...
Well, I assume there's like hallways and whatnot, but I can get there real quick.
Yeah, so maybe it'd be 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. It'd be 30 feet of movement to get there, because you basically got to run around.
Gotcha. Yeah. Can I... My movement mode.
Yep.
Is it too much to use indoors? Around tight corners, or can I just like meow?
I mean, it takes a bonus action to do.
I'm doing it.
Okay.
I might as well get an advantage once in a while, since I don't have someone to give me advantage and stuff like that. So I'll take I can mew around corners.
Yep, so
So
you're there.
I'm there.
Arkin, you said the door burst open and wide hip Chaplain is standing there.
My name is Buck. Oh God.
So a chaplain just busts in. What seems to be the problem?
Arkin points to the window.
Without question, I'm going to keep running and just... are we on the first floor?
Mm-hmm. There's only one floor of this building. You're good.
Just checking before I leap out of the window, because I'm literally going to try and leap out of the window.
Okay. Give me an athletics check, or an acrobatics check at disadvantage, please.
Poorly. Disadvantage.
Say no more.
Acrobatics. Oh, yeah, fun.
So,
This is fine.
So, as you hop out the window, and you're moving forward, Absol, you hear this sort of clatter from the room behind you, and then you see Chaplain just bolt to the window, hit it, feet hit the sill, poof, in the dirt right next to you.
I am here to help.
And that's exactly it. In the dirt. Absol, how may I be of assistance? As I kind of just in the dirt. Because I'm sure my movement's used enough for this round. What do I see other than dirt?
You see that there is this robed figure with pale blue eyes with an axe in his hand running towards Absol.
Well, I'll leave it to you. Do I have any actions left?
You have your action still.
Okay. Neat. Hold on a second. Disciple of all.
Can Chaplain turn his head around 180 degrees? Because that's what I pictured.
I'm certain he's kind of cranked in a way that doesn't look comfortable.
Face down in the dirt, his head just spins all the way around. I am here.
Oh God.
I'm going to say
You
a
learned that
quick
from Screech.
prayer
Fuck.
to give guidance for Absol towards this opponent, which is Disciple of All. I'm going to cast it on him, I think. I hope I did that right. Which for 1 minute gives him advantage on all saves, checks, and attack rolls made against one creature.
Yep.
Which is the thing charging against him.
Yep, you got
That
it.
helped.
All right. Absol.
He looks at Chaplain. Is everyone awake?
Mostly.
Awesome.
I realize I
This
didn't
is-
check for Screech. I just
This is gonna be so bad.
Yep.
This is gonna be so bad.
Uh-huh.
Grapple.
had advantage.
You're gonna try to grapple him?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a strength check, please.
Oh my god. We didn't get you in the gym, bro.
So you slap a little.
I'm gonna reroll that. Is it just another strength check, or it's not at advantage, right?
You're using up one of your things?
Yeah, I think I have 2.
You got 3.
I used my ult last round, and then I saved up the other 2.
Okay, then you have 2. Now you have 1. Go ahead.
So advantage or just a straight?
Just straight.
That's better.
Okay. So this guy is running at you with an axe in his hand. What do you do?
He's gonna
My brother.
attempt to grab the hand with the axe, and as he grabs it, he like swings himself behind him and holds him.
Okay.
And I believe I can use my second, because that you can grapple with like one of your attacks, right?
No. Grapple is an action. I'm pretty sure.
I thought you like can use one of your attacks to do it.
I will look it up. You can action grapple. You can use the attack action to make a special melee attack a grapple. If you're able to make multiple attacks with the attack action, this replaces one of them. Yep, you're correct.
All right, then for the second attack, he's gonna attempt to like subdue. What's restrain?
Um,
Grappling is weird.
Yeah, it is.
Is there a feat associated to?
I'm trying to see how you go from one to the other. Because it doesn't really say.
Again, I'm useful while like face first in the ground. This seems to be a common thing.
Yeah, if you have the feat grappler, you can pin someone that's grappled by you.
Yeah, so basically what it's saying is like,
And it says if you succeed, you and the creature are both restrained until the grapple ends.
yeah, so you can't restrain someone outright. The only thing that you can do is you can move them.
Half movement.
Yes.
I'm assuming. Okay. He is going to try to hold them up against the wall.
Okay. Which wall?
North of me.
Okay. So you're trying to like pin him against the wall here?
Yeah.
Okay.
And the whole time he's doing this, he's yelling at Chaplin to tie him up. And just in case, I am going to hex this guy.
We still have another attack.
Oh, I do. I'm not gonna hurt this guy just yet.
Just yet.
I don't know what's going on yet.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm gonna hex him. Probably should have done this first, but the disadvantage is gonna be on strength checks.
That's genuinely what I was going to do on my turn.
And bonus action? That is your bonus action, right?
Hex would be my bonus.
Okay, yeah. Cool. Arkin. All this calamity just happened.
And you're probably hungover.
Did you yell at me to tie him up?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know if anyone got rope.
So, Arkin does. So, Sin, in your head, after Arkin passed out, did you do the old like drunk person, throw them onto the bed and pull their shoes off, or did you like totally put him in his PJs and everything?
Oh, he's not that caring for Arcane. You throw him
Okay.
on the bed.
You can't even take your shoes off. You got mud in your sheets and shit.
Right. Save your ass.
Still got puke in the fucking tips of your hair.
Bet not. So yeah, he kind of lumbers over to the windowsill to see what's going on. Let's see here. So by him being grappled, does that give everyone advantage against attacks made against this person, or just the person grappling?
I don't even think it really does all that. Your speed becomes 0. You can't benefit from your movement speed. That's it.
Okay.
You don't get any of the extra benefits. He just can't move.
Mm.
Okay. Yeah, screw it. He'll truck a dagger.
Go ahead and give me a Constitution save.
Dagger's now covered in vomit.
All right, go ahead and do your normal attacks. You're fine.
Okay. Yeah, it'll be fine.
Oh my god.
So as you're pinning him against the wall, you see this dagger just thump into the wall right next to you.
You hear Arca go, hold him still. Quit moving so much.
We're not trying to kill him. We're just trying to figure out what's going on.
Don't worry, I'll get him next time.
You staying in the building?
Yep.
And this guy is like squirming and pushing back. And you hear him say something in a language you don't quite understand. And he sort of just swings backwards with this axe, and he misses. And he sort of like kicks at you. And then he tries to swing back and hit you in the leg again.
He is on a roll.
We're gonna say Perp
Has he-
is not in this.
Well, whatever he said, Absol's yelling back at him to drop his weapon. Otherwise, my brother's gonna kill you.
Sure will.
Can I give like a persuasion or intimidation?
On your turn, you can, sure.
Alright.
And actually, one second here. Would a no, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't. We're good. This should be a this. All right. We're back at the top of the round here. So, hey Screech, give me a perception
Yeah.
check.
Okay. Still at disadvantage or no?
No, we won't do disadvantage for this one.
It did kind of bust out of that room.
All right.
There you go.
All right. So yeah, you like wake up and you see that the room is empty.
Nope, don't like that.
And you hear commotion coming from the outside, like outside of the window that you guys have.
She's gonna look out the window first. See what the sound is.
Yeah, so as you look out there, you see Absol has this figure pinned against the wall who's like swinging backwards trying to hit him with this axe. And that's pretty much all you would see.
Well, I don't like my friends getting attacked, but at least they didn't abandon me again, so.
Again?
Again.
I didn't say it was these friends.
I suddenly felt heartless.
When did we abandon Screech?
No. I don't think this group has abandoned her yet.
No.
We're still
But she
working
has a
on it.
fear of being abandoned again.
Mm-hmm.
So she's just gonna run outside with her new shiny axe. She's not gonna take the time to put armor on because she does think about that.
Okay. Are you running out the window or the front door?
Front door.
Okay. So that would be 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. You could get to about here.
Okay.
And I'm going to go ahead and take your armor off.
Okay.
Okay. The screech comes clampering around the corner. What's Craven doing?
Craven's going to fly out the window and start pecking at this guy's face to give Absol a bit of an assist.
All right. Chaplain?
I was told to help tie him up. I do not possess rope, but I do possess mass. I'm going to kind of fall on top of him and try and restrain his arms.
Double grapple.
I'm gonna try and grapple him.
Okay, so when you
God.
standing up
Okay,
takes half your movement.
Specifically, my concern is holding the arm that has the axe,
Okay.
or if things fumble that way, getting the axe out of his hand.
Okay.
So I'll just pop over there and try and fumble away.
Okay. So standing up's half your movement, and that's another 10 out of it, so you only got 5 feet left. How do you envision this going down?
I envision literally, like, he's flailing around, literally me falling onto his arm, grabbing it, and just literally trying to use my body weight to hold the arm down.
Okay.
I know I don't have strength, but I know that I have heavy.
Okay. So with
And heavy. I'm trying to restrain the arm that is swinging, because
Okay.
it looks like Absalom's got the rest.
So you're just trying to just pin one arm against the wall?
I'm trying to prevent that arm from swinging.
Okay.
I don't want him to be able to attack Absol.
Okay.
I don't know exactly how that mechanically translates.
Mechanically, just you're doing the defend action, I guess.
Fair.
Yeah, if you plan on just pinning that one arm down while he's already got his body kind of pushed against there. Yeah, we'll say that.
Okay.
Absol.
What's the defend action?
Alright. He is already hexed. Ooh, what did I do? Okay. Let's finish it off with a Hexblade's curse on him as well. And he is going to just keep him pinned. Does that require an action to keep him pinned?
No. He remains pinned until he challenges your grapple to try to break free.
Okay. And he is going to, I guess, take the dodge action behind him. And he keeps yelling at him like, drop your weapon or my brother's gonna kill you.
Okay. Arkin.
You see Arkin in the window, like with a dagger, like trying to line up this shot, but he's swaying. He's like, wait, are we killing him or not?
No, tie him up.
Wait,
We are
hold
not
on.
strong. Please assist.
I got something for this. He drops the dagger and he starts making hand gestures and saying an incantation. He's going to attempt charm person on him.
Not successful.
All right.
You see that this creature, like, it snaps its gaze to you, and you see these pale blue eyes staring at you, and it just yells something out in a language you don't understand.
Okay.
Can I recognize that language?
It is not one that you speak.
Can I recognize the language? I've worked in many weird places. I want to know if I can identify what that language is.
Give me a perception check.
Oh wow.
It sounds to you like it is Goblin.
I don't know what I expected, but it wasn't that.
Let's see. Now, does the spell fail because of the language barrier?
No, he just made a save.
I
What's your
think.
spell save DC?
Yeah, I think my DC is much higher than Absol's.
Well, when you casted it, it was versus a DC 11, and he made a DC 11.
Here's
What's your spellcasting modifier?
right. So my spellcast modifier should be 8 plus my
Plus
plus
3
int,
proficiency for 11. What's the
that-
skill, or what's the ability?
4 for intellect.
So it should be a 15 DC.
Yeah.
So why you casting at that?
Because Arkin doesn't know how to button.
I mean, it's the buttons that Cliff put on there, so Cliff doesn't know how to
I love
button.
how people always blame me for this shit.
You're the EM.
So that means that, like, I'm responsible for you guys making sure your shit's set up right.
Yeah.
Man.
Sounds right to me.
Cast it again. I'm gonna keep it at 11. I just want to make sure that fixed it. I might have fucked up your buttons. You might have to mess with that shit down there, but 15. Okay, cool. So yep, he failed.
Okay. He points to the guy and says, "You will stop resisting us." And he tells everyone else, "Everyone stop attacking him." Absol, what do you want to ask him?
Oh, actually, hold on. We do one more thing here. Okay, no, you're good.
Okay.
Absolutely. I'm not gonna ask him anything right now. He was stealing from some containers. I'm just trying to restrain him.
Okay, well, I have him charmed. Why didn't you try to use this spell? Don't your god give you this power?
I know how to do that. I'm not that good at it. I'm just I can hurt people, okay?
Okay, well, don't hurt him. And if you want to ask him questions, go ahead.
Is that your turn?
That's his turn.
All right. I'm gonna need a dex save, or I'm sorry, a strength save from you, Absol.
I swear to God, if you don't make a 6.
Save?
Yeah. Yeah, he tries to squirm to get out of it, and he can't. Screech.
I'm gonna keep running over.
You got 5.
Wait
10.
for me, I got little legs.
So you can get here with 25.
Okay.
Hey, give me a perception check.
Yeah, I was just about to ask about that. Cool.
We got the situation under control, so we hear.
Yeah. So you would have heard Arkin saying that as he turned the corner.
Darn it. Okay. Screech will. When she gets there, she's like ready to attack, and she's just like waiting and like looking at everybody else, and just. Oh.
You just see this naked bird standing there with an axe in her hand.
She's probably got a tunic on. I mean, she doesn't wear pants, but she's probably got a tunic at least.
She
Can I
sleeps in a
still-
tunic?
Can I talk to her on her turn like this?
Not really.
Okay.
Anything else you're doing?
No. Just like gets there, it's like oh.
Craven doing anything additional?
No.
Just see him sitting on the head of the creature.
Yeah, it's just like pecking at his head.
Is he pecking?
Like little jabs, like he can't even feel it through the hood.
Chaplain.
Scratching his head.
Screech, please restrain this man. I want to cast tongues on the person that I'm holding the arm of.
Okay.
It is a touch scat spell. It is level 3. There isn't a save. All it does is the creature you touch understands any spoken languages, hears. Moreover, when the target speaks, any creature that knows at least one language can hear the target, hear and understand what the target says. It is a level 3 spell, mind you.
Yep. So that's so everybody can hear him basically.
Everyone can understand him, and he can understand everyone.
Okay. Perfect.
Which is why he is the target instead of me.
Yep.
So Screech, please restrain him. Tongues, creature, please stop fighting. You can understand us now. Please talk so that your life may be spared.
Tell this one to let me go.
Stop resisting, and I let go, and I stand up.
Stop
Talk to us, that we may understand.
All right. Absol.
Moving him in between me and Chaplin, and I'm blocking this way out.
So you're forcefully moving him?
Yes.
Okay.
Bear in mind, we can all understand him now. It. Thing.
So you're putting him in the middle like this, I assume?
Yep.
Okay.
And I guess my action would be holding an action. If he tries to run, then he is going to take a swing at him.
Okay. Arkin?
He's going to carefully step out of the window, nothing fancy,
Butt scooch.
and then walk over to him.
All right.
What are you doing here, and what are you after?
The cold has become too much for me and my clan, and I came for food.
You do realize stealing is wrong, no? He gives a little look over at Chaplin.
Chaplin does kind of look at him and not say anything and then look back.
I do not
Deadpan
find it
expression.
wrong. I do not find it wrong if I am trying to feed my clan.
How many are in your clan?
I haven't stopped to count.
How about you stop resisting? We let you go, and we can actually discuss how we can help you.
Tell this one to let me go.
I did let him go on my run.
Oh, so you ended your grapple?
After I moved, yeah.
Okay. We want food, and we will not let anyone stop us from getting some.
Well, I don't think anyone here is trying to stop someone who's hungry from eating. What does your people eat?
We're not picky.
You perhaps have something to trade for the food you need.
Yes, I have this axe. And I will trade blood for food.
Now that we're, not battling, clear picture, is it still just humanoid looking?
He still has the hood over him. He's humanoid, though, yeah.
You speak a goblinoid language. What are you?
He pulls the hood back. And you could tell that it is a goblinoid. Everybody go ahead and give me a history.
I know things sometimes.
Chaplin, you would recognize him as a hobgoblin.
Ah, a hobgoblin. That explains much, unfortunately. That means they're not likely to trade.
And he quickly puts his hood back up.
Well, Chaplain, it's your call. You're the one always looking to help people.
Hold on. What is the god of hobgoblins?
There's no god of hobgoblins per se.
Was the god that they pray to the most?
Are you asking him this, or are you?
I'm asking my brains because I want to say a quick prayer.
It all depends on the clan. They typically tend to worship like the stronger, like god of war. Could even be like Helm.
So I'm going to use. I certainly ain't praying to Helm. Channel divinity. But about the talk to God, omnipotence, and say a quick prayer to the goddess of harvest or of agriculture, Shantae, to ask where can I find food for these people that doesn't take from the stores of this town.
And you hear just like this soft whisper in the back of your mind. The woods are filled with game.
Hobgoblin, is there a reason that you cannot hunt game for your food? There is much to be found.
There's much food here.
Yes, but here there are many weapons that would stop you, and you're likely to have more death and less food that way. Whereas the woods, the game does not fight back as hard.
We stake claim on this. I see no one else staking claim on this food.
Do you believe we are not staking claim on this food? And clearly, we overpower you.
You overpower me with magic, not with might.
Does it matter? We are still victorious.
Victory is to be called at the end of the war, not during the middle of the battle.
Victory is to be called when your people have food. Go fight something that doesn't fight back. Go get food from the woods. If you fight here, we will kill you. We must defend those who have earned this food. This is your only chance. Will you go and hunt wild game, or do you insist on your claim here?
I will leave.
I want to make an insight check to know if he's gonna just come back and try again, how genuine this guy is. Presuming that's acceptable.
I mean, knowing the nature of hobgoblins, they're not ones to just give up easily, typically. So either it's the effect of the charm spell, or maybe he does plan on coming back. But I mean, you genuinely believe that he says he will leave.
Now, the charm is only going to benefit like any interactions with Arkin. Everyone else, he's going to speak normally or how he would.
Well, no, you told him not to fight back with anything, so he's complying.
What other locations have you staked claim on? And are you the only of your tribe that has staked claim on this location?
I am the only one that stakes claim for my tribe.
And if you leave here, will you choose another claim to stake?
We will do what is necessary.
Then unfortunately, so must we. I do not believe you will genuinely leave here and leave these people alone.
Give us the food and I will leave.
Bear with me just a moment. I walk over to Arkin. I say a quick prayer to give him advantage on all attack rolls, and so on against this target. So let me do that, assuming I'm not stopped. Sorry, I have to find the ability and target the right people and stuff. Stop targeting you. Start targeting you. Disciple of all. Erkin, do you remember that night in the cellar?
I do.
I believe that is necessary.
Understood.
And I'm going to walk back over and kind of distract the creature and start talking to him more. Where is it that is your home?
Our home was to the north.
Cliff, is he still holding the axe?
Oh yeah, he still has it in his hand.
You should hand that one your axe. And he points to Absol. He says, so he can examine it to make sure it's fit for you to hunt with.
I don't think that I will.
Fair enough. And as Chaplin's distracting, he's just going to walk around behind him. He's going to nod to Absol, nod to Screech, and assume maybe she knows what the fuck he's about to do.
He just nods and smiles.
Right? We're nodding.
I love Lamp.
That's it.
And yeah, he's going to go for an assassination.
Oh,
Fuck.
that's a crit.
That is a crit.
It's always fun to crit and sneak attacks. Like,
Yeah, it is.
So I just want to go ahead and say that this breaks the charm.
Little.
oh, Ron, are you sure you want to do that?
Oh boy. All right. So, boom. And oh yeah, I gotta roll this with a. There we go.
Holy shit, that's a lot of
Ooh.
dice.
That is a lot of dice.
Wow.
It only gets better. I fucking love sneak attacks so much. Damn it. Now I'm sad. Ah!
Anything else you're doing?
Twisting the blade.
Depends on if it seems like it's still moving.
It's very much so still moving.
Okay. Yeah, after he hits him with that, he is going to duck around behind this house on the other side here.
Okay. Yep.
And he's done.
Okay. As you stab into him, he lets out this scream and he says, "Children of the Black Hand, the time is now."
Bob,
The
stop.
Black Hand.
Cliff, are you just fucking with me?
No.
I don't
I
think
don't think
Cliff's
Cliff knows
aware of
anything
it.
about-
You know what
Punch.
the Black Hand is to me?
No.
The orc I played in LARP for 5 years was leader of the Black Hand tribe. I had a Black Hand print on my face for 5 years.
Nice.
I
Yep.
genuinely.
There's a wall hanging right over there.
I have a Black Hand banner on my wall. So I thought you were fucking with me.
I'm not fucking with you. Nope.
Okay.
Cliff's never been to our house.
Not when Melissa was home. And as he screams this out, you guys hear the roar of many voices from the shadows on the outskirts of the town.
Neat.
We fucked up.
And he immediately draws back on this axe while looking right at Chaplin.
That's fine.
You.
And as he swings down, you're able to put your arms up and just block the attacks with your forearms. But he is just swinging relentlessly, and you just see that his eyes are glowing more and more like blue.
I gotta pee. Sorry, guys.
So, we're still skipping.
Okay.
Screech. So you see this guy is swinging at Chaplin.
Well, Can I swing past Chaplin? Is that a thing?
It's kind of a narrow area here. You could try.
Yeah, it's. Why not? Let's try. I'm small. Small. Do.
There's too many tokens.
Wait, hold on.
No such thing.
Did I not equip the new axe? Let me.
You did not.
I did not.
You didn't even grab it. It is still in the party inventory.
Oh god, I don't remember how to get there. Hold on.
It's the picture of the two silhouettes in the top right-hand corner.
Ooh, grabbing that.
What are we looking up?
I'm grabbing a thing. It'll let me. Yeah. Okay. Now, where did it go in here? There it is. Oops, there we go. Ha. And we'll hit with that.
That is a hit.
That damage and swing again.
So as you swing that first one and it connects, you just feel as the axe is coming down this cold breeze as you see like ice crawl up the blade of this axe and just the frost pour off of it as you're swinging down and connect with the first one. And it knocks him back a little bit, and as you're coming down with the second one, he's able to dodge to the side and you just tear part of his robe.
Okay.
Anything else you're doing? Are you surging of action or anything?
Not yet. So no. That's all.
And as you tear his robe, he just drops it to the ground, and you see that he has light armor underneath the robe. Chaplain. Oh wait, no, Craven. What he be do?
Craven's going to fly up and start looking for where those voices came from.
Okay. Go ahead and do a perception check.
Damn it. Like he has perception on here, but he doesn't have a active button.
Yeah, there is. It should say perception +3. You should be able to just click right on that.
Oh, there we go.
He can see running in this direction from the outskirts some smaller figures, but in the dark it's really hard to make out how many are coming.
Okay. Can he report to Arkin about estimated how long based off their running speed until they get to them?
Yeah, like 6 seconds.
Okay. Got it.
Okay, Chaplain.
Chaplain yells in caps lock, the village is under attack.
In
Please prepare to
caps
defend
lock.
yourself.
I love you, Bob.
And I'm
Someone
going
has
to
to.
try and sacred flame his ass. Which
He did not make the
is
save.
a save.
Yeah.
Woohoo! 9 damage. What? I hit something.
You
Guys,
did.
I hit something. Yeah, that's all I can. I want to make space for Screech to get in there and just go nuts, or is she able to fight over my shoulder just fine?
I mean, she can
Under
fight
your
through.
shoulder.
Yeah, she ain't going over you. Don't.
Yeah,
Right.
jokes.
I'm small.
So like an axe pops between my legs.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't remember installing that. Oh, it's sweet.
Oh,
But you can scooch over if you want to make it a little easier for her.
Scoots,
I'm gonna scooch just a hair and make sure that she can get in there.
Okay.
Butt scooch.
scoots, scoots.
That might make it where you're, if she happened to accidentally critically miss an
Like,
attack,
fail,
not
yeah.
smash a chaplain in the back.
Neat.
And you start hearing like this like ah sound, and these little feet come up, and you start seeing these goblin appear. Absol.
Hey.
Why are you always in the wrong place?
Was in a good place like 6 seconds ago. All right. Let us.
Wasted a third level spell trying to save his
Fucking
ass.
shit.
I really do like doing the, standard Jesus stuff, walking on water, speaking tongues. It's all a lot of fun. But then I mix in things like, okay, Arkin, it's time to go assassinate him. It's weird.
How does the hobgoblin look?
Angry?
Like,
That's how he looks.
that's horrible. All right.
You see that he's got some blood in his back from where Arkin stabbed him, but he looks ready to fight.
Fuck it. Well, that should be at advantage, huh?
Why would it be an advantage?
Chaplain's Day, it doesn't matter.
Oh, I got what you're saying, yeah. Yeah, so you go to attack, and he just,
Oh.
the first time you go to attack, he basically just takes the axe, looks over his shoulder to the left, and puts the axe over to his right and blocks the attack. And as he sort of parries it and spins to look at you, you catch him with the second attack, which does hit.
All right. And I was testing something earlier that damage +3 that I have, like the last thing on my effects, that is not going through. So I'm not sure how that works with a crit.
What are you talking about?
The last effect I have, the damage 3.
Did you put the cursed effect on him?
Yeah.
I don't. Oh. I don't think that's put on there right. I don't think that we're gonna have to reach out to Rob Toohey. I don't think the Rob Toohey put that one on there right. Let me see real quick. For now, if you want, when you roll damage, just do 3 in the modifier before you roll damage.
All right.
And I'll make sure that this is done right.
And let's do another one.
Yeah, I mean that definitely hits.
And for movement, he is going to attempt to climb this building.
Okay, go ahead and give me a quick athletics or acrobatics, whatever you're better at.
The one that doesn't take strength.
Correct.
Yeah, you're able to sort of scamper up there, but that's gonna be all your movement.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
That's my turn.
All right. So this should actually be. That should work. So next time, try it without doing the +3 and see if it works.
Okay.
All right,
Thank you.
Arkin.
He's gonna slip around here. Let's see. Let's cunning action stealth.
Okay.
Yep.
He's pretty stealthy.
Yeah.
Yeah, surprise screech.
And we're gonna throw a dagger at him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Throw a dagger.
Yeah.
That is a miss.
Oh, that was supposed to be an advantage. I'll just roll another.
That we're gonna call a miss too.
What? Why are we calling it a miss?
Because I'm gonna use one of his reactions.
Okay. All right.
Well, by one of his reactions, I mean the only reaction he gets on this turn.
All right.
So as you move around and throw, he's sort of turning to scan to see Absol scaling up on this building, and you see him like turn his head just slightly, and he just dodges back as the dagger flies right past his face and just into the grass. As another goblin shows up, and another goblin shows up.
God, we need a wizard.
And why is it doing that? What did I do wrong here?
Mm,
Bob, what did you do?
lots of things.
Why did you do that thing that I'm talking about right now, though? That I'm
Because you
specifically
gave
about?
me the power to.
Fucking free
Look.
will. And another goblin shows up.
Fuck!
Hey, look, we're fighting on the edge of the map again.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna start making my maps bigger, apparently. And Chaplain, you see the hobgoblin sort of dip down, grab the robe that he had, throws it up over your face, and he ducks back over this way. And
Don't you run from me, motherfucker. Do I get an opportunity for attack for him moving?
you do not. He disengaged. And you start hearing the sounds as more goblins show up.
Oh, God.
Screech, so you see the small army of goblin running up. You've seen the hobgoblin throw the cloak and sort of duck back behind the house. So you're staring at these goblin that are angry.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to target that one anymore. But there's a lot more things to hit, so let's run forward and hit them.
Remember, you don't have armor on either.
I know.
Fuck.
I am aware that Screech is an idiot.
Why is Screech naked?
She's not naked. She's got a tunic on.
Whatever you say.
It's just like running around in a shirt, though. Like it's all feathers. Does it fucking matter?
Right, exactly.
That one, yeah, okay. Can I use a luck point on that? It doesn't say I can't use it against.
No, you can
that
use
one.
luck on it, yeah.
Cool.
You can't use fate to help you, but you can use
I
luck.
didn't say fate. I said luck.
Yeah, Cliff.
Haha.
That is a hit.
Be right back.
So you just come charging in with this axe cleave that hits this thing clear in the head, and you just feel the weight of it just slump onto the blade as you pull it out and the body drops.
And I move 5 feet and hit the next one.
How long does tongues last, Bob?
Checking.
Nope, that's the wrong weapon. Do not roll that one. Roll this one.
1 hour.
Okay. That is a hit.
Hit that one.
So yeah, so
So that'd be...
same thing. You bury your axe in this one's face, and it just drops.
Yeah. And then if I action surge, I can hit that one.
If you
You can
action
hit
surge,
2 more.
Yeah. Let's just...
did you action
We'll just keep
action
doing
surge?
this.
She
I
just
did
did.
it.
I didn't see it on
Get
there.
2 more
so I'm sorry.
swings.
She's just like
I hit
spinning in the combat.
Oh god, I'm glad to have Screech with us.
Yeah, so that's a hit too.
Feels so much better.
And
But then
you
that
just
was
cleave that one's head clean off its
15.
shoulders.
5, so I can still move.
This is completely
Here.
ruining my plans for the turn. It's wonderful.
I'm fine. And we'll hit this one. Why not?
That is a miss.
Oh.
We tried.
You got 2 more luck things you could use, and you got 3 influence
yeah.
points.
Yeah, you go
Let's,
go for a strike.
Yeah, why
For
not?
the world.
Let's use an influence point for
You
that.
got it.
Switch it up. Won't use all my luck. What the fuck?
You used all your luck.
I'm sorry you only got 3 out of 4 kills in a single turn.
75% is not a passing grade. It might be a passing grade. I haven't
It
been in
is.
school for
A C is a
while.
It
passing
is.
grade.
I wouldn't know I was an A student unless I failed.
Yeah, nerd.
There was no in between.
Nerd, you're a fucking nerd.
And no one likes you.
What were you gonna say, Bob?
I just want to know, battlefield awareness-wise, what I know of all the hobgoblins or whatever on the bottom end of things. Because from where I'm seeing, I think I can only see the 2 of them.
I mean, line of sight wise, you can only see, like you could probably
Yeah.
see. You know that there's one to the right, one to the left. You know that the hobgoblin went to the left, but you can't see him now.
Okay.
I'm assuming all these other ones are making noise though.
Oh yeah, everybody's making noise. I mean, they're all screaming and yeah. What's Craven doing?
Craven's gonna fly in position to be at the ready to assist Arkin.
Okay. Chaplain.
So, running next to Screech, do I see said hobgoblin?
Oh
Or
yeah,
big
you see
bumps?
everybody here.
Gonna move just a little bit more to just be right up in everyone's grill.
Okay.
And I'm going to use Word of Radiance. Just on the 2, because that's all that's in range.
So the hobgoblin failed, but the goblin saved somehow. You don't. It should automatically target them. Like it should drop the targets that.
Oh, well, I already fiddle with the targets.
Okay.
So
Well, yeah, it'll automatically do it for you
Neat.
as I throw my pen.
Whopping 10 damage, but I'll take it. Bless is an action, isn't it? It's not a bonus action. What's swinging mace? Spiritual weapon is a bonus action. Spiritual weapon myself, and I'm going to have that make its initial attack on Hobgoblin face.
Okay. That is a
Does
hit.
19 neat. Holy shit! I'm actually like hurting thing. I think that's the first time I've ever hit with that spell. By the way.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And that would be the end of my turn.
Okay. So as you hit him, go ahead.
I'm going to repeat in caps lock, the town is under attack.
Yep.
In caps lock.
Domo arigato, Mr. Me.
And Screech, you feel the sharp pain as a blade strikes across your back.
Ow. Yeah. This is all gonna fucking hurt.
And you hear the hobgoblin, "Take the small one. That'll be enough food for now." Absol.
They're gonna eat Screech.
Without us.
Right. We saw it first.
Bitches.
Absol's doing his burst fire and right there. Can he see that first?
No. Not from there. I mean, if you jump down, you could probably get a better view.
Yeah, let's do that.
Or if you really want to be cool, you could try jumping across to the other roof.
But he's not.
We're all like trying to be like heroes and shit, but we're all just
Actually-
accept the fact that we're just not cool.
I have a reroll. Let's do it.
There we go. Break your legs.
Yep.
Go ahead and give me a athletics or acrobatics.
That's not bad.
Yeah, that's enough.
Oh, thank God.
That's enough to make it.
All right. So he's doing his burst fire.
Okay. Which again, I think we still need to look at that because I don't think that's right. But I haven't done it yet, so still fair game.
What the shit?
You hit one of them.
Attacking all of them.
You hit one.
Oh wait, no, you hit two. You hit two of them. They're already targeted. You don't have to do anything. Yep.
All right.
Sweet.
Yep. So you see him run over and just start popping off this burst fire shot, dropping one of them instantly. Oh wait, no, you actually dropped both of them that you hit.
And I guess while we're doing this, it says I use a single target attack, or I can spray a 10-feet cube. It doesn't say anything about how many of my attacks this use. So
See, again, we need to talk about this.
so in theory, I can do this burst fire twice.
No, I'm gonna say if you're using burst fire, that's your whole action.
Okay.
Because it just doesn't make sense that you have the ability to attack like essentially 4 targets at once 3 times on a turn when nobody else would have that capability.
I mean, if I do my McCree roll and reload.
Yeah, but we already talked about that. Like you gave that up. You left that cowboy life behind.
All right, I'm doing my bonus action attack then. Hobgoblin's still up. Ooh, that's not good.
That is a miss.
Alright, that's gonna be my turn.
Okay.
How do I clear the... There you go.
Arkin.
Climbing up on this building where Absol is.
Okay.
Do I need to roll acrobatics or anything?
Yep.
Cool people don't use streets.
Nah. He saw him duck
Above the
around the
streets.
building, doesn't know where he went. Going up.
Web is on the ground. Like it's not bedtime.
You just see Arkin sort of puff his wings out for a second and just right on the, like you don't even hear his feet hit the shingles.
And how high up is this from ground level?
At the peak there may be 8 feet, not too high up.
All right, so at the edge, how tall is Mr. Hobgoblin?
Hobgoblin's about 6 feet tall or so.
So I can maybe like swing down at the head.
You can certainly try to, yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, let's see if we can.
That's gonna be a miss.
Okay.
What? 22 misses.
Let's see here.
Fucking reactions and shit.
Yeah. I can still make like a offhand attack that doesn't get any of the bonuses though, right?
Do you have multiple attacks per turn?
Well, I think we were talking about that, like without feats, everyone gets it. It's just if you have the feats, then
If you
they
have an offhand weapon, if you're
So-
dual wielding, you can make that bonus action attack.
right. That was my understanding.
Without the, I think without the feet, you don't get your modifier.
Yeah, it's just the straight die for damage.
Mhm.
Well, right, but Arcanid doesn't dual wield daggers.
He's never really tried.
Well, right. So how are we going to say that, yes, you can use the dual wield rule, but you're not dual wielding?
I was doing it with hand crossbows at the beginning of the campaign.
Well, yeah, that makes sense if you had a dagger in one hand and a crossbow in another.
Okay.
I mean, dude, you just got to think, like, if you just jumped up there and all of a sudden you stabbed and then now you're going to pull out a second one and stab? Is that what you're doing?
Yep.
Help me help you, motherfucker.
Well, just mechanic wise.
So mechanic-wise, you're supposed to be
The
having
way-
2 weapons, right?
Right. And he has the daggers that he just keeps pulling them out and they keep coming back to him.
Right.
That's the way we designed it. And mechanic wise, if we have a defense on an NPC that can just realize that's the most threatening target right there, that shuts down that rogue because rogues get a single attack otherwise. So that takes me out of the combat and I might as well just sit down.
Whoa.
So if I get my offhand attack, which by 5e rules, that he should be able to without the it would be the straight 20 die roll.
I think all Cliff is saying is that you didn't say you were dual wielding in advance. Is the only
I don't-
issue.
I feel like Arkans never actually has a weapon out. He like every time he attacks, he pulls it out of that thing.
That's pretty much what he's doing. Like when he throws it, he's pulling it out from there, throwing it, and then it pops back.
So dual will be just he pulls out another one.
Sure.
Up to you. Up to you.
I mean,
Like-
mechanically, like right now, it just seems like kind of a like I missed. What can I think of to do to get something else going, other than this is what I intended on doing initially? Because you never make a secondary attack otherwise. Like
because
you've done,
normally he doesn't have to really.
so
I'm
you
guessing-
forego the ability to get additional damage because you don't have to. But now that it's opportune, you want to. Like this is the only thing I'm saying with it is it's like you've already attacked like 3 times this round, and this is the first time you've brought up doing a second attack.
Right, because rogues, the way it works in my
So-
head is that they are focused on getting that one strike. So now he's seen that this guy can just basically parry his attack when it comes at him. So now it's more of a trickster type thing. It's like, ha, there's my attack. He smacks that, and then he like with the other hand throws out the other dagger.
Okay. So like I said, just explain it so it makes sense. I'm cool with it. I just want to make
Okay.
sure, like I said, I would just assume that if you have this ability that you would be doing it more frequently, is all.
I would figure, like, because as he's practiced combat and everything, when he's tried to make a second attack, that second one is just so damn weak, he just doesn't bother.
Okay. I mean, I'm thinking that 58 damage is still better than 55 damage. Yeah. But yeah, sure, you're good. That's a hit.
All right.
Oh wait, you didn't roll the second one yet.
Nope.
I'm looking at this 26 for your acrobatics. Like, yeah, that would do it. That's a hit.
Ooh.
19.
19 means he crits. Fuck this guy. Let's see.
Okay, and that was without the modifiers?
Let's see. So the modifier would drop.
Your plus whatever.
Your dex bonus.
Yeah. So it would be -5.
So then
So it'll
minus
be-
10.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, cool. Yeah, so you go to hit him with the you go to hit him with the first one, and he dodges out of it, and you just come down with all your weight on the second one and just stab through his head. And you see him hit the ground for a second.
For a second.
Right.
For a second. I caught your wording.
All right. Yeah, he's going to, with his remaining movement, just kind of step back away from the edge,
Okay.
and he's done.
Pop, pop. Ah! Didn't mean to do that. So as the hobgoblin gives the word, these goblins come up and surround Screech.
Oh no.
No.
Shit.
Like it, stop whining. It's Thursday. You know how this works.
Yeah, but she wants to go to bed. And really, on Thursdays, we should put the couch here so she can sit between us.
Not a terrible idea.
She's spoiled.
And you see him. Is anybody actively looking at him? Chaplain, you're actively looking at him. You see him pull a vial from his waist, and he slams it onto the ground. He drinks it, slams it onto the ground, and then he raises his axe up into the air, and he lets out this howl. And as he does, the remaining goblins all let out the same howl.
Oh no.
What the hell?
What the hell? Ah. There's another one.
There's two more. They're just off the screen.
Oh.
Oh no.
Lovely. I love it. It's great.
Yeah, I'll move them onto the screen so you can see them.
Thanks.
Fuckers are attacking our a friend.
Chat, your favorite bird is getting skewered right now.
Just missing a few feathers. She's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Here's a bird joke for you. You know who digs scars?
Cat.
Ah.
Somebody
I
slide it to
constantly
me.
tell you, chicks dig scars.
Oh, god damn it. Man, I'm slow tonight.
You didn't get a fucking pun?
Yeah,
You're
mark
not the
this
man
day
I
in the
married.
calendar.
I have to, like, I can crit fail once in a while, people.
On puns?
I'm life.
Oof.
All right, Screech, you are surrounded by goblin.
Spin.
You heard them say, "This one is the one we're gonna eat," and then they all surrounded you.
Don't you have, like, a second wind healing thing or something?
Yeah, I do.
And then, like, a Zelda spin move where you kill everything?
Yeah, I'm just second wind. Do I have to do it? Nope,
Bonus
just on
action.
my turn. Cool. Bonus action. See, that's what I was looking for. We'll do that.
Nice.
Nice.
Yay me.
All right, so that's your action, right? Or is that a bonus
Bonus
action?
action.
That's a
Bonus
bonus.
action.
Okay, cool.
Alright. Well, luck. Fuck that.
That's all 3.
That's the second one. So, do you want to
No,
use the
there's a
10
third.
or do you want to use the 11? They both miss.
Yeah.
All right, make your second
All right.
attack. Make your 2nd
I'll
attack.
swing again.
That's a hit.
And I can only action search once.
Yep.
That sucks.
Until level 17.
Yeah. Fucking
Damn.
suck.
Right around the corner.
Yeah, we're so close.
And as you hit this one, you just bury your axe through its face too. Just. This music is way too mellow right now for this.
Yeah. I'm just like, I feel so chill and calm. No, this is awful.
You bury your axe in his face. Do, do, do. Anything else you want to do on your turn? Like you want to try to run away?
Run flailing.
What are these words? How do what?
Well,
Right.
I'm trying to think.
Adopt them.
Wrong character. Screech hasn't adopted anybody.
Your mount?
Okay, animals are different.
Oh, okay.
No, listen. Did she save Screech or did Screech save her?
Aw.
Oh, polar bears are better than people.
Probably.
No matter which way I run, there's so many opportunities of attack. Fuck.
You got this.
You are fighting side by side with people, to be fair. You aren't alone.
I know I'm not alone, but I hurt.
You're also shoulder to shoulder with the healer.
I'm still full health. I could take some
Worst
damage.
place to be.
Absol helping him on the top of the roof. Ha!
I don't think Screech would even run away. I think she'd just stay where she is, so... Alright.
Starts eating them.
No, also wrong character.
I'm not trapped in here with you.
You're trapped in here with me. What's Craven doing?
Same action.
All right. What's Chaplain doing?
A fairly decent amount. First off, I am casting Word of Radiance on a whole bunch of fuckers. And
None of
it
them
looks
made
like
that save.
I hit a whole bunch of fuckers for a whopping 7 damage. but hey.
You're just seeing the light just bounce like arc lightning off of them.
So Word of Radiance is literally just like a nova of light from me, which I fucking love. And then I'm going to quickly target Screech and cast a quick healing word. Not a lot, but hey, have something.
Maxed heal.
She's been getting a lot of those. I'm going to keep going with that. And that is going to end my turn.
Okay.
Because I'm not going to use my movement. I was hoping to drop a few and save her some damage, but... Okay.
Oh, shit.
Oh no.
Oh, I'm the wrong class of cleric.
Are you lucky anymore, Screech?
Oh, to be fair, that was a critical of 7 damage. It's not as world-ending.
Yeah, she's taking more damage.
The night's young. Yeah, I know.
Absol.
Ow.
Arkin, do you got the big guy?
The what?
Just handle the big one.
Yeah, sure.
Fuck.
That second one's a hit.
All right, take off my last IP.
Okay. That's a hit. He quick pops off. Pop, pop. Hits 3 of them. Kills 3 of them. Pop. Pop.
All right, that's all I got.
Arkin, what you got?
How loose are these shingles on this roof?
I mean, it's pretty decent construction. Why? What's your thoughts?
Like, kick a shingle off on top of this guy's head to make him think there's a dagger coming.
I mean, you could try it. You might do more damage to the roof than you anticipate, though.
Are they really gonna complain after we just saved their village?
Yeah, we probably should. Okay, so I'm just going to roll 2 daggers being thrown. How about that?
Okay.
So first one
Misses.
and second one.
That's a hit.
I mean, that would be a crit, but should I bother rolling?
Can you do under 11 damage?
Under 11? Not likely with a crit.
If you can't do under 11, then there's no point in rolling, no. If there's a possibility you could do under 11, go ahead and roll it.
Oh, I meant for his defense thing.
What do you mean for his defense thing?
The thing that he's been using to evade his attacks.
Oh, he can't block a 27. No, you're good.
Okay. All right then.
No, the funny thing is, seems how you're about to kill this dude anyways. With his parry, he could only boost his AC up to 23. You've literally missed by 1 every time. It's been a 22 both times.
I don't like that, Cliff.
Which is why I've only been able to use it a few times. Yeah, you just... Chaplain, you just hear this kind of thud sound, and you see this dagger in his head, and he starts to fall, and as he's falling, you see the dagger just gone. His body hits the ground.
He's going to disappear over the back, retreat over the ledge so nobody can see him again before you have time to look up. And he's done.
I don't look for Arkin anymore.
Whoever does look up, Apps is like, that was me. This guy had some balls on him.
This dude doesn't know what's going on yet. He's still following the orders.
Don't worry, boss. I'll get him.
You take your nap. It's fine.
Chaplain, you hear this sort of low moaning sound coming from underneath the robe.
The robe of head stab face.
Yep.
Okay, I can solve problems.
Screech.
Not a hobgoblin. It's 2 goblins on each other's shoulders.
Surprise, motherfucker.
This one is still standing.
True that.
We'll fix that.
I heard they wanted to eat you too. Could be rumor though.
How you plan on fixing that with a miss?
Oh!
What's that? You say you're going to use your
I'm
IP?
getting double audio. What did you do?
I hit a button on accident.
Okay. Huh?
You say you're going to use your IP?
Yeah.
Okay, you can do that.
I want to smack it.
Okay.
I mean, you still had a second.
I know. Shut up. I want every chance I can to hit this thing, okay?
In my defense, shut up.
Exactly. Oh, that's a hit, though, by the way.
Awesome.
Yeah, so just... And Screech, after the gurgling sound of the face of this goblin falling off, you also hear this low moaning sound coming from the robed area.
I'm moving closer and hitting that too.
Okay.
Oh, I love you.
I would hope so.
Feel free to do your stuff. You didn't move closer though, and you didn't target
I did.
anything.
I did.
He's got the
move.
5-foot line there. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
actually moved her.
No, I did that before I said I was gonna move closer. I was already like, all right, I'll move.
That's a hit though.
Yay.
So much
Ow.
damage.
I'm really hurt.
Max power.
I hurt bad.
As you hit it, you feel the solid thud of the body hit, and then you feel from underneath the weight of the axe, the body just disappears and your axe hits the ground.
Don't like that.
Are there other bodies present? The goblins leave bodies.
Oh yeah, the goblins. You got a whole mess of shit around there.
Okay. Are we? I'm assuming Craven isn't going to help for a moment. I'm going to lift up that. Is the cloak still there?
Cloak's still there.
I'm picking up the cloak. Is there anything underneath it?
There's
I can
blood.
murder it. Hold on.
Absol's gonna like bang on the roof, try to get the owner to wake up.
Well, so around this time, you're noticing people are out and they're coming in this direction.
Okay.
I mean, you got to figure it's literally been like 42 seconds since this started.
I'm going to use my last channel divinity for the day to pray to Baal, god of murder, to ask,
Ooh.
is that creature dead? And if not, where can I find him? I think that's a request they might honor.
You just hear a laughter and say, "Look up."
I look up.
Okay, it's not your turn though.
Oh,
Still Chaplin's turn. Or Screech's turn first.
oh, my bad.
She. As soon as her axe hits the ground, she's just very confused and just. and just staring at the ground.
So Chaplin, as you look up, you see that there is this sort of like apparition that's kind of hovering about 30 feet or so above, and it's sort of iridescent, and it still vaguely resembles the shape of the hobgoblin, and it is moving downward at a very fast pace.
Seeing as that prayer takes my action, I'm just going to point up and yell, Absol, Arkin, kill it. And that's my turn.
All right.
But I'm gonna just keep my hand. I am a laser pointer now.
And you see this thing slam down on top of Screech. And
Ow. Why me?
Because you're chicken.
Oh,
no.
I just kicked the desk.
don't kick the desk.
It hurt. Don't laugh at me, John. I heard that.
I said nothing.
So this thing slams down on you, and as it does, it takes its thumbnail and it drags it underneath your eye, and it leaves this gouge on your face. And then you see it pull its axe back out, and while you're pinned down to the ground, it makes another swing.
I don't like that.
Either.
Chaplain, you notice that as it gouges for a brief second, the cut kind of hums with a pale blue before it turns into just a pool of blood pouring out. At this time, you hear the shouts as dozens of more goblins come running out as the townfolk are coming to meet this, and there are goblin and townies fighting one another right now.
Oh shit.
I thought we were, hey, we won. Nope, we're at the halfway point, maybe.
My
Absol.
God.
Finally, for the first time in the campaign, we won. No. 21 sessions in.
Oh God.
That's a hit. That is a miss.
Yep, that's his turn.
Okay. As you hit this thing, it sort of looks up at you, and the hand that it cut on Screech's face, it sort of throws its arm forward, and you see this blade come from underneath its sleeve. What are you concentrating on?
Hex.
Is that on the creature?
Yeah, that's why he didn't take another shot.
Okay. Arkin.
All right. What does this thing look like?
It looks like the hobgoblin, but it's like translucent.
All right. And has anyone hit this thing yet?
Yeah, I just did.
Okay. And it looked like it took damage, like it's solid.
So it reacted to the hit, and then it immediately retorted with a hit of its own.
Gotcha.
Hey, let's make the music a little bit more appropriate.
Yeah, if it's still on Screech and everything, yeah, he's gonna throw a dagger.
Is this considered the hobgoblin still?
A version of it, yeah.
So, like Chaplin's thing that gave us advantage, would that still be applied right now?
Sure, that's fair.
Okay. Remember that for next round.
That is a hit.
23 hit? Okay. Okay. And is this roof like arched enough so that he can like get on the other side and like duck down to get out of its sight?
Yeah, I mean, you're about 8 feet up. There's still, another 2-3 feet of the peak. So, I mean, from its vantage point, yeah.
Okay, yeah, and then he'll cunning action stealth. And he's done.
Where's he moving to?
Just either like south a little bit, I guess, to get over that little lip and then duck
Like
down
over here-ish?
Yeah.
Okay. As you do that, you hear it sort of like scream out. And it sticks its sword or its axe into Screech's shoulder and just presses down. Don't run. This is what you wanted. Screech.
Ow!
You are prone right now.
Right. Well, let's not be prone.
You are not prone.
Hey,
Good job.
she's just gonna keep swinging at it. It hurt.
That's a hit.
Like that.
No.
We'll swing again.
Ah.
That too is a hit.
Okay, think high numbers. Oh, shit. I mean, those are higher numbers.
Technically, yes.
You are technically correct, which is the worst kind of correct.
Anything else you're doing? You still have 15 feet of movement and a bonus action.
I know, but I'm next to the healer, and he's my friend.
True.
And this thing hurt me, so I'm gonna kill it.
That's
Or
fair.
try. I'm gonna die.
All right. So yeah. So as you hit it, it swings back, and you're able to block it with your axe. Chaplain.
I'm going to take my action to cast Cure Wounds as level 2 spell on Screech.
Okay.
For a whopping 7 points. Yay! However, I finally remember that, oh hey, I cast Spiritual Weapon recently, so let's use that.
Okay. That's a miss.
But that's no bueno. Fuck it, let's use a reroll on that, just because I want to.
Okay. You got 2 left. That's a hit.
Hey.
Better.
Much better. Very much better. All right.
I'm just gonna take a small step forward because I want to be kind of right up in its grill.
Okay.
I lied.
Don't lie to me.
I want to. I want to be. I know that there are people on roofs shooting at it. I don't want to be in line of sight, but I also want to be a problem to it.
Okay.
I want to block their fire.
So as you cast off the heal on it and it sees some of Screech's wounds begin to close, shouts out, "This one is mine. I claimed it."
Oh, Melissa's gonna love that.
Well, that exactly undid my heal.
And now it's turn.
Wait, it gets an attack on our turns?
At the end of each one of your turns.
What? There's no way I can keep her alive with that.
Hey, John, he's doing the
She's
thing.
dead next turn.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like,
Wait,
I
Cliff.
mean, Absol's turn.
Melissa didn't hear what he said to Screech.
As Chaplain healed you, he said, "This one is mine. I claimed her." Absol, your turn.
Why am I always ending up claimed somehow?
Being a girl.
You want to say that to your face, John?
That statement was John's and not of the opinion of Quest and Cliffhangers on Twitch. Do not ban my account.
I'm doing a fight.
I could
Come
take
on.
What the fuck did you just do?
I
Oh my
cut
God.
myself.
it.
Oh,
Not very
yeah.
smart for my concentration, but yeah, she gets healed double that.
36.
Okay.
That'll do.
Damn, that's range too?
Yeah.
Hmm?
Wow.
That's another one we're gonna have to look at.
What?
You're dead. Sorry. That's what happens.
You have to stab yourself for it. It's a skill I have access to. I just choose not to because it doesn't fit my MO.
You're welcome. I made it painless.
Yeah,
You're dripping blood.
that seems super broken. That you can heal more than the healer can in a single heal.
I have access to that heal as well. I could prepare it. I just choose not to because it doesn't fit Chaplain's MO.
Okay, that makes a
Because
little bit more sense.
it is hurting yourself. To heal someone.
To be fair, I should actually have more hit points than that because that's my full hit points minus the heal. And I was at like 48 or something. So I should have 4 more hit points than that.
Yeah, she should have 12.
You got it.
Woohoo! Maths.
All right. Anything else you're doing on your turn, Apple?
I
Every
cannot
little
do
bit
anything.
helps. I don't want to die. And I did math for that.
Good
Get you one for
job.
the day.
I'm an English major. That's hard.
Over
I
Bob,
would die.
Well
over
Bob.
Bob dying and everything.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, you're done. Okay.
It's just I don't want to deal with life insurance papers. Don't do
So as you get this massive heal off, he just screams out, "No!" And again, you see this dagger come out, and you're able to dodge it this time. Arkin.
Arkin steps up to get line of sight shot. And he gonna do the dagger thing again.
That dagger thing?
That dagger thing.
19.
Another crit. Yes.
The 19 on crits, is that from something we gave you?
His Tools of the Devils.
Okay, so that was the first one you took
That
with it was the...
Yeah.
Okay. Why did we not make it where you actually crit on 19?
I don't know. You did it.
You know what? I'm getting sick and tired of being blamed. Cool. It'll do it automatically from now on. Go ahead.
All right.
All right, boom.
And just as before, he will step back into his position and duck down.
Okay. I'm gonna need you to actually start moving your guy back into position too.
I'm trying. It's only giving me the 5 feet thing you have to accept.
It's not even showing the 5 feet thing on my end. That's a bad thing. Screech.
I like my
Oh wait, no,
stuff,
not
dude.
Screech just yet.
Yeah, Screech. Straight to Screech.
Yep. Not straight to Screech.
Fine.
Now it's Screech.
Okay.
And Screech, you see, this thing kind of swings at you kind of haphazardly, and you step back to it just as sort of a glancing blow. And as you do, it sort of lets out this roar as it holds up its axe, and it sort of swings forward in this motion, and as it does, the axe shoots out this bright blue light, and you see this giant scythe appear.
What's this chat's doing?
Probably.
Probably.
It's your turn.
I'll just smack it. That's all that's all Screech knows how to do. It's just
Whack.
rage. Without actually
No.
raging at it. What the fuck?
Did I miss?
Here's your other 20. What the fuck?
You got one more.
Yeah.
One more smackadoo.
Yeah, I do.
That is a hit.
Thank Christ.
Oh. And she's dead.
So, Screech, what do you do to this thing?
Pee on it. Sorry.
What is wrong with you?
I claim you. Tinkle, tinkle. Ha, joke's on you. Birds can't pee.
I mean,
Birds don't pee.
Technically, you are correct.
I know I'm
yes.
fucking correct. They have a high content of uric acid in their stomach, which is why their poo is white. Their urine secretes into their stomach.
things we didn't need to know about Screech.
Which is why she never has to stop her poo breaks.
Just goes mid combat.
Just keeps going.
Just a little bit of a
Also,
drop.
why she doesn't wear pants.
Right.
But- I can't imagine she'd be doing anything special. She'd just like swing and miss and then hack back, just in this desperate attempt to make sure that this thing dies.
Yeah.
Actually dies.
Yeah, so I mean, as you hit it this time, you see your axe cleave through, and it gets stuck for a second, and again, boom, you cleave all the way through as this body just dissipates, and your axe sinks into the ground. And as you guys are looking around, you're seeing that the goblin that are fighting the townsfolk, with this final blow to this thing, they just yell out, "It's over! It's over! Retreat! Retreat!" And the ones that are remaining alive or take off running back towards the northwest as the townfolk are chasing them with, swords and pitchforks.
As Absol shoots him.
I'm going to wait 10, 15 seconds just to kind of let some of the chasing stop, and then I'm going to call out loud, all who are injured to the center of town, please.
And after some of the crazy commotion dies out, everybody starts making their way to the center. All right, if I unlock your guys' token, are you going to be good?
Probably.
Maybe.
I'm not unlocking it.
Notice that I didn't answer.
I appreciate you being the only honest one.
I said probably.
Again, I appreciate her being the only honest one.
I'm honest.
Oh, look, I seen through your bullshit.
I'm cheating.
Well, I mean, I technically did 100, but it only did 10, so. Yes, everybody gathers around.
What is doing?
Show you.
Join!
Oh my god. All privilege is gone.
But for our audio listeners, they'll know exactly what's going on.
They don't need to know.
I love you, Cliff.
So as everybody's gathering around, you see that the ambassador for the Jackal is sort of back towards the building that he said that the classes would be held in, and he's sort of leaning against it with his arms crossed, and he's watching.
As expected. Unfortunately, right now, priority is those who are injured. So I'm going to gather up the injured and do large healing spells, specifically prayer of healing. So I'm going to get groups of 6, starting with our party members. And it is a 10-minute cast, but I'll heal for... actually, with the spells I have left, I can only easily heal up to 4 more people, but I'm sure there's a couple of people who need it.
Okay, so prioritize the ones that need it the most.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't worry about me. I got myself.
So while you're gathering everyone up and doing this, Chaplain.
Yes.
Now that you got a moment to breathe and think, you get this vivid memory that comes rushing back of a time that you had a dire and negative run-in with goblins, which is why you were able to recognize the goblin language. What happened?
In the Omni Faith Temple, we would help all religions work through their prayers and the problems, and that does include combat. That there are some religions who have sanctioned fights to the death and things like that, and we would honor and respect that and do it in a safe and controlled way so people could observe and watch. And there was one time where a group of goblins wanted to perform one of those ceremonies, so they had an entire group come into the temple to watch a couple of people have a duel to the death in the name of their god. However, it was a ploy to try and ransack the temple and steal its supplies. So they managed to take a bunch of armed goblins just right into the temple. So I've had some bad run-ins with goblins because they took our hospitality for advantage.
And what sort of lingering phobia or effect do you have towards these goblins?
It's part of what taught me the lesson that sometimes to save people, you have to kill people. And taught me that sometimes the aid of some of the more murderous gods can still do good things. It's what helped make me a little bit more morally gray.
So with that, you've kind of developed this condition, we'll say, that anytime you encounter a goblinoid, the next few days after, you're a little bit more aggressive than you normally would be.
Is that a new flaw or something for me?
Sure is.
Neato.
Chaplin's racist.
Damn greenskins. Just
All goblinoids, not just goblins.
Well, to be fair, look at this campaign, and every time we've looked at a goblin, it's not done well.
I know. These stories write themselves sometimes.
What my next character is gonna be.
Like, what's up?
Oh!
What's up, you hunk of metal? Like, oh, fucking goblins.
I don't know, person who I will simply outlast.
And Screech, while everybody's kind of gathered around and Chaplin is healing everybody, you just keep hearing the sounds of swords clattering in your head like there is a big melee battle going on, but you just can't seem to shake the sound of just clattering swords.
Can I cast that heal?
Yeah, I mean, you don't really need to, but you can if you want.
Is it just... Is it like something in the back of your mind that just keeps happening, or is it just loud, takes over your entire head? I'm trying to figure out if it's like headache versus migraine where it just dominates.
I mean, to you, it sounds like there is like a sword fight going on near you, but you don't see any sword fight. But you are just hearing the clanging of metal and the shing, ching, ching, ching. Right here on the map where you are.
Like, it generally sounds around me, like I be looking around trying to find the source of it, or can I tell it's in my head?
Go ahead and give me an insight.
Oh god. Stop laughing.
It's not funny.
Screech is insightful, right?
Oh yeah, I got a whole +1.
I mean, it's really hard to determine. I mean, it seems like there's like a sword fight broken out somewhere, but you can't determine where it is.
Okay, so the Screech is just gonna be like, oh god, like white knuckling holding her axe and just like looking around, but just not seeing anything, and just constantly looking around everywhere trying to find it.
I'm gonna roll to see if I notice.
Screech looking around.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you were near her, you'd see her kind of like...
He's just kind of like, because too many people in one space, he's just perched up on the roof of the tavern looking over everything, so...
Screech, please try to sit still while I heal you.
He's going to activate message. Is there something wrong?
Now, Would because of this mental link, is it like a separate, like they're communicating this way, or is it also kind of like whatever is going on in her mind just kind of goes through? Because I'm wondering if he would hear the constant swords that are going through her head.
So I think per the way it's worded that it's an actual like conversation, like dialogue going. But I mean,
Okay.
I guess it would depend on how Screech is. Does Screech have that filter, or is it just everything just flows through?
Hey John, high or low?
Hi.
She's able to filter it out.
Okay.
There's fighting. Where is the fighting? I keep hearing the fighting.
I'm sitting in a pretty good position. If there was fighting, I'm sure I would know it first.
I can hear it. I can hear the swords. I can hear the clashing. I can hear the fighting. Where's the fighting?
Did you take a blow to the head during all that?
Really? You switched to action sword fight video.
She's still like bleeding down in front of her face under her eye. I don't think so.
Just face palms. Go in front of Chaplin. Show him where it hurts.
I'm here to get healed. That's why I'm here. But they're still fighting. There can't be fighting when we're trying to heal everybody.
Hey, are we friends?
Friends?
Then you trust that I'll watch your back.
Yes?
Do you not?
I can't see you all the time.
So that makes me untrustworthy?
No, that means I can't see you to know that you're there to watch my back. You're not there. I don't see you.
He like closes his book, puts it in his satchel, and like just jumps down.
Fucking toddler with an axe.
That's terrifying.
Right?
Craven flies down
I'm
and
just
lands on his
starting to base her
shoulder.
personality off of one of my storytime partners. I love her so much. Alright.
He walks over, pushing through the crowd. Like, okay, you see me, no?
And that's just in our living room.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, does this make you more comfortable?
Yes.
Good. And he kind of looks over to Craven sitting on his shoulder, and he flies over and lands on Screech's shoulder. Like, in case you don't see me, trust that Craven will look out for you too, okay?
The small bird.
Yes, the one who tells me when there's danger.
Okay.
Okay, now he just starts pushing people out of the way, like some of them still injured, and like drags her over to Chaplin. He's Chaplin, this one.
Thank you.
God damn it, Cliff. Yeah, when they get over to Chaplin, she's just gonna like point.
Gosh.
No!
So I'm actually going to burn another level 1 healing spell to specifically heal where it hurts on her and just throw literally a cure wounds on it.
Okay.
I can fix the boo-boo.
Yeah, happy face stickers.
I may or may not have a supply of stickers in my purse all the time, just for when children cry in public, I can shut them up.
You know,
I really-
just
I
looking
would
at
love
him and
to
going,
tell you-
"Shut up!" That works too. True story.
Now all of Screech's boo-boos are gone.
They are, except you notice that that gash under her eye is still there.
I'm gonna investigate that medically. See if it's a scar or if it's
You watched it turn blue.
see if it's a scar or if it's like a drain effects or something of that nature.
Give me an Arcana roll.
Neat. I'm not proficient.
Nice.
This is something that resembles more closely to like Absol's hex than anything.
I do it.
Absol, do you have a moment?
Sure, I guess. Aren't you busy caring to the wounded?
Taken care of about as much as I am able to. Come look at Screech. There is a marking that seems similar to some of your things.
So, some of my what?
Thanks.
Gifts.
Absol goes like gets way too close into her face and is just staring at this thing.
Yeah, it doesn't look familiar to you.
So she got a cut, and that's similar to me because
You're a cutter.
It is
True.
similar to the hexing that you use. I am familiar because of the ropes that I have.
I don't see it.
We will investigate if it is still present tomorrow. Unfortunately, what I'm assuming it's like midnight, early morning, something terrible.
Oh, it's in the early hours of the morning, yeah.
Oh, fuck. So I'm not getting a long rest.
Without saying anything, Arkan's gonna grab her by the wrist and start pulling. Is she resisting?
No,
Okay.
she's
He's
confused as hell.
gonna drag her over to Mr. Jackal representation.
Huh.
You there. Since you didn't help in the fight like everyone else, perhaps you can tell us what's wrong with our friend here.
So you come at me with an aggressive tone and then request my help.
Please, Mr. the Jackal Face, can you help my friend? Is that better?
Screech in just a myriad of voices, and some of it's Nesbars is just, he's like that.
He sort of just puts his hand up to your face and he's looking at it. I wouldn't let her die if I were you.
Why, I brought her to you. Oh my god.
No, what I am saying is this mark is not a cut. This mark is a low-level curse. And if she were to die within 24 hours of getting it, she would return as a zombie, not in her own control.
So, 24 hours, the curse wears off, and she's fine again, yes?
24 hours, give or take, yes.
Good. Okay, Screech, game plan. Don't die. Got it?
She just bug-eyed stares at you with this look of horror. Just like, ah!
He starts pulling her back over to Chaplin. Okay, it's a curse. She can't die within 24 hours, otherwise she comes back as a zombie.
I am able to remove some curses. However, I will need sufficient time to rest to be prepared.
Save your strength, Chaplain. You won't be able to remove this one.
I understand.
But he said it wears off in 24 hours.
Just watch her carefully. She's made it this far around you without dying. I'm sure she could last another day.
What?
Well,
well,
how are the injured of the town looking?
They're fine. I mean, there's a few people that had some pretty gnarly wounds that you were able to tend to, but they're gonna need some further medical attention and some rest.
Then I'm going to just sit down in the middle of everything and enter low power mode in the middle of the town square there.
Okay.
well, I am going to return to my nice warm bed. Screech, you do not leave Chaplin's side.
I get back up, I walk inside, and I hit low power mode next to a bed.
Thank you, because Screech would have just completely sat next to you.
Yep.
Cannot be alone!
And Ark is going to head back into the tavern.
All right.
Absol
And
walks over and looks in Screech and Chaplin's room. He's like, isn't that class thing supposed to be going on in the morning?
Yes.
Is it right now, like, morning?
I mean, you got a couple hours still.
Please let me know when it begins.
I'm gonna be asleep, but you got, like, some kind of internal clock, right?
Not that I am aware of.
Can't you just set an alarm?
You start hitting buttons on your chest.
So what does this one do?
You know what? Don't worry about it. Just look over Screech, and Absol's gonna go tell the person at the front of the tavern whenever the people start going to that class to go and wake up the robot person.
Like, you mean Chaplin?
Yeah.
You got it.
And he's just gonna walk over and push Arkin over and go to sleep.
So you guys all going to sleep?
Yep.
All right. You guys managed to get a short rest in. If you guys want to use any hit die to heal, feel free to.
Belt usage. There we go.
All right, everybody, roll initiative. No, I'm joking.
Fucking chat.
Change prepared spells after a short rest?
Long rest.
Or just, okay.
Except warlocks.
Well, I don't think that clerics
They
get it
can't
at
prepare.
all.
Get what?
The ability to change it, do they? Like per RAW?
Prepared spells?
Like to change them. Aren't they only supposed to do it at like every level or something like that? Like per the
No.
book?
Clerics know all spells,
Right.
all cleric spells by default, and every morning they can prepare a different allotment of them.
Okay. Does it specifically say every morning or after a long rest?
Long rest.
Long rest, I think.
Mm-hmm.
You'll get your answer with that one. If it's every morning, then sure.
So I think it's the same mechanic for almost all spellcasters.
Yeah, I thought it was long rest. I thought that. Was it paladins that couldn't change it?
When you finish
Warlock.
long rest,
Sorcerers.
Sorcerer.
Warlocks can't change unless it's like a level up.
Yeah.
I can change after a long rest, so
Okay.
I'll use what I got.
Okay.
I can't change out either.
And like, as soon as you guys get to sleep, you just start hearing commotion. And it's the sound of the town, groggy but awake, and the majority of them heading in towards where the classes are.
I'm going to head that way. As a note, Absol, Arkin, Screech, I am at very low capacity as of current. If we are attacked, there is little I can do to aid.
Well,
But importantly, I have notes to take. Arkin, feel free to join me. And Screech, will you be joining as well?
She just nods and follows very close to you.
Absol's just gonna sit around in the tavern.
All right. What are you doing? Just getting some breakfast?
Yeah, getting breakfast,
Breakfast
talking
and
to
a
people,
beer.
and if Calisay comes and says that they're gonna stay for the meeting, then that's good. If they're gonna leave, then oh well.
Okay. So as you guys get in there, you see that this looks like it was a large house with like an open commons quarters that has sort of been transformed into like a makeshift schoolroom, and there's chairs that are just lined up, and people are tightly packed in. Anywhere that they can get to, they're just sitting in. And as you guys file in, you find some empty seats and you sit down as well. And after a few moments, the ambassador walks in, and he sort of stands there for a second, and he's just surveying the room. I appreciate you all giving me a chance and listening. What I bring for you is the gift of knowledge. One of the biggest kept secrets that the gods of old have hidden was access to the arcane magic behind the veil. With practice, with dedication, each and every one of you has a capacity to learn some form of magic. Some of you, it may take a lifetime of study. Some of you, it may come more natural to you. But you all have this ability. As some of you may have known, there's been shifts in the pantheons. And I won't get into full detail now about this, but just know that the pantheon that controlled the portfolio of knowledge, art, and writing has switched hands, and they are all being overseen at the helm by the Jackal. We are the ambassador of the Jackal. We speak with his voice. And he begins discussing the changes that are going on, and people's faces are reacting in all different sorts of ways with hearing this knowledge, and he's doing his best to explain why the Jackal felt there was a need to do what he did. Chaplain, in the middle of this speech, you kind of get this fuzzy feeling in your head, almost like static. And you see this image of these black silhouettes sort of flashing in front of you, as everything sort of goes gray for a moment, and you see these images, and you see this robed figure fall. And as this robed figure falls, you see this giant tome begin falling. And as your vision sort of focuses on this tome, you notice that it is falling from the sky. There's a very fast flash of what this tome looks like. Give me a perception check. And you briefly see the image of a skull on this tome. And you sort of come to, and you're looking directly at the ambassador. And the ambassador, you notice, is looking directly at you. And he says, "That was not us." And that's where we're going to end it at tonight.
I was going for 19.
Damn
To
it.
know what pantheon that was.
But
Next week.
we ain't do that.
So, thank you everybody that came and hung out while we were messing around. We did get 2 more. We got an advantage and we got a table of fate for Chaplain. So we hit our 15.
Yeah.
Hey Chaplain, you got an advantage that we didn't use. Go ahead and roll that perception again.
Neat.
You recognize this as the portfolio of death.
Neat.
I want it.
When wouldn't you want it?
To be fair, another you might have it.
Ooh.
I'm making wild guesses as who's going to get the Pantheon of Death. Bartrock or Chaliso?
Devian.
No, do not make
Yes.
Doctor the
Yes.
Undying.
The return of Vivian.
No, no, no.
That would be a
I
way to...
don't like it. Oh.
Thank you for that advantage, whoever did that, because more information.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like this anymore.
It's fine.
No, it's not fine.
We rolled the fate card for you, Chaplain, and it was your next miss narrowly hits. We will carry that one on over into next week's session.
Good with that?
I still have
Slap someone.
2 unresolved cards, one from Dredson and one from I'm gonna lick your nipples.
Someday I'll get tired of that.
I won't.
No, you won't.
So those we will have to resolve at a different time. I still have a actually I don't. I did that one. Actually we'll carry that one over too. Just because it's fun to torture Melissa. So we're gonna keep the swords clattering in your head.
Don't like that.
Click, clack, go the swords.
I
The
don't.
only click clack I like is the sound of dice.
What's not to like?
I need more. Hate it. Hate it. Don't like. Mixed up.
Cool. So we're gonna do that. While I'm rambling, let's go ahead and open up. Let me do this just so it's official. Yeah. All right. So let's go ahead and start the giveaway. So if you want to be entered to get a free Stream Loots deck, type in !gimme, GIMME. To reiterate, if you have any of the Stream Loots cards that are black and white, they are decommissioned and they are going to be deleted on February 1st. If you have not broken them down by February 1st, you are just going to lose your cards. And I don't want you to lose your cards. So fucking break them down and build other cards that you can use. Next week we're gonna...
Still good?
What's that?
Yellow cards are still good?
Oh yeah, I'm not going to get rid of the barrel or the Grimble.
Just checking.
The barrel and the Grimble will stay unless we ever get to a point where everybody who had those cards played those cards and they're not even in circulation. Then I will remove them. But as long as one person is holding on to that, I will not delete those cards for the foreseeable future. I do have the right to change that, but that's my thought right now.
Makes sense.
Collector's edition.
Next week we will there'll be some new cards, maybe. If not, the week after for sure. I just got to figure out if I have enough time to do everything that I want to do. What's that?
Take a break.
I don't do that. I just got to decide where I'm focusing my time. So new cards that'll have new effects that are going to be hopefully pretty neat. We're at a stalemate for Aragus Expanded. So the Ice Wraith is still on his path to do what he wants to do, which is to figure out a way to close those chasms that are widespread across the land of Aragus. So he's still gonna do what he do. What else? Was there anything else? I can't think of anything else. So while this countdown timer for the giveaway goes, if you want to enter it, !gimme, GIMME. Oh shit! You know what I forgot to do? I forgot to give y'all experience. Let me go ahead and do that while I'm thinking.
Yay, we're level 7.
I don't think you got that much experience. You might have. I could be wrong, but I'm typically
I
not.
doubt.
We just hit level 6.
I know. But you did fight 10 goblin.
Goblins.
Reach fought 9 of them.
It's true.
I mean,
I'll give
Like,
I'll
I'm
give
not gonna
Screech
say
it
y'all
all.
are useless, but
I can walk on water right now, one more level, and I can literally part the seas like Moses.
I'll give you some experience for that if you want.
Parting the
For
seas
your,
like
for
Moses.
your holiness. Alright, let's go ahead and see what this does. Boom! That's pretty good actually though.
Yeah.
What are we talking about?
Look in the Fantasy Grounds chat.
Oh. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that'll do.
okay.
So you guys are at 18,801 out of 23,000. You're actually not far. So if anybody
Don't
has
give it to us all at
God.
once.
So if everybody has those 5,000 experience cards, if you played a couple of those, that would help. But remember, it's 5,000 split across the whole party, so it's not like
So-
each
so we
player
need
would get
like 4 or
5,000.
5 of them.
So if you have them, feel free to play them. Oh wait, I think
Ransom, where you at?
someone's playing them. Ask and you shall receive. Oh shit, someone's playing a few of them.
Oh.
Oh,
My God.
there's 2.
There's 3.
Is that from
One more. We're good, I think.
That's all from Evil.
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 And Mario, what else can I do with level 4 spells?
Seems how Evil wanted to play into this like a fucking asshole. I'm gonna go ahead and give you a free deck of cards. See what I did there? I made it seem like I was mad at you, but I'm not.
Oh, Death Ward. Dear Lord, do I want Death Ward. That would actually save Screech's ass.
I hope that you guys get like 1 experience away from leveling.
No.
That'd be really fucking funny.
So you
Fucking
guys,
12 last time.
are
God damn it.
449 experience away from leveling.
So we're gonna level up next time, and we're not even gonna be able to level up until after the session.
You
Can I buy
got
like
it,
someone
dude.
a deck right now and hope?
You can if you want. There's no guarantee they're gonna get that card though.
But can I buy people decks with my tokens of fate? Cheesy.
Yeah. Sure.
Uh,
How about you figure out who you want to give it to, and we'll do it all at once.
yeah. How many points does the deck cost?
They are 2,000 each.
Then let's give one to Nipples and Evil.
Evil nipples.
Hmm.
Make sure you play both of them.
How do?
You got to click on it at the bottom of the chat, and then
Redeem. Redeem.
I should do that eventually too with my.
We like to share. Whoever's did the big players and so on each.
evil
whenever I have them
nipples. Done.
Thank you, folks.
Well, fuck it. Seems how we're doing giveaways. Let's see who won the giveaway that is now done. It was. I'm gonna lick your nipples.
How many times can we say that one stream?
Well.
And for the record, this is someone's username.
Yep.
No TOS. I have to address them by their name. It would be rude of me not to. That's my story.
And calling them I'm gonna is just not the same.
No, it's
Right.
call them nipples.
I could just say
Exactly.
nipples. I guess that's
Nipples.
less threatening.
Is it threatening?
I mean, I guess it depends
Good
on who it
time.
is. For some person, it could be. For someone else, it could be delightful.
Jesus. I'm tired. What the fuck?
Someone played the experience code.
Yeah, they did. I'm gonna wait till next week to do it though.
Fuck you.
Your ass.
It was sin.
That's
I was gonna let it go through, but I'm definitely waiting till next week now.
Who that?
fair.
Bob, you turned the fan on. And
If Evil Nipples played it, I'd let it go through.
Evil nipples.
But if Sims plays it,
Is that what we're referring to them now?
it just is the collective.
Yeah, I mean, it works.
Hmm?
Yeah, fucking Death Ward would have saved your ass. First time trying to go drop to 0 hit points, it instead drops to 1.
See, Cliff chat wants us to level before next stream too.
Who's chat? I don't know no chat.
Oh, now that they had spent their money.
I'm looking on here. I'm like, hey, this stream looks sweet. We should go to them. I'm looking at my stream. Fuck me.
Wow.
Well, there's some narcissism for today.
Right.
I
I like this person's layout and everything. Oh, that's me.
It was me. It totally was. Here, let's go ahead.
Can you
and...
raid yourself? Is that a thing?
I mean, I could, but it's not really gonna do much. It's gonna be like rating. Oh, hey, you're back.
Have the
Hey guys,
make 3 of those cards.
you guys leveled.
Yay.
Bane Cleric is done.
Thank you, chat.
It was Sin. Thanks, Sin.
I mean, he had a hand in it.
I gotta.
All right.
At one point, Sid was the chat.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the top bits, Sin still is the champion.
Still.
Sin has a pretty commanding lead.
Oh, I don't have.
So,
That was a fun session.
So on top of everything that I said, next week the party will also be level 7.
I can part the fucking seas.
But can you hit?
I don't need to. That's their job.
All right. And on that note, ladies and gents, we're going to raid out. As always, I appreciate you all being here. If you want to earn more tokens of fate so you can buy more stream loots cards without money, then raid, because you get a pretty decent amount for doing that. Can you even damage, bro? Which way to the gun show? So yeah, thank you guys. We're going to raid out to Gandora Olap, who has the same amount of viewers as us. So let's be more live than them. And if you have emotes, fucking do it. Thank you guys. Good night. Look at these people are using Fantasy Grounds too. That's why I picked them. But they're using stream elements.
You literally scared him with his own raid notification.